morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. A very warm welcome to the third and final day of this amazing event. We are about to begin the summit in a few minutes. Before that, let me invite Mr. Bharat Aditya to talk about paid media, branding, and copywriting for founders. Mr. Bharat is a strategic business consultant with a knack for understanding ground realities efficiently and effectively. He has helped several small businesses to make strategic business moves that resulted positively for their business. He heads the business at The Design Turf, a digital marketing agency based in India that is into SEO and SCM, social media strategy, LinkedIn marketing, branding, email marketing, copywriting, and web development. I'm sure you might have found tremendous value from his last two sessions. Over to you, Mr. Bharat Aditya, for your session on paid media, branding, and copywriting for the founders.
Hello, one and all. I think the third day, I have already been adjusted to the GCPIT's hot temperature in hosting third back-to-back session. We are already facing heat waves in India, but we are already facing cold waves in India for GCPIT hosting three back-to-back days of summit. I think a lot of massive support to all the entrepreneurs, students, and youngsters, volunteers who have been there from Aparna ma'am and Santosh sir. My first gratitude goes to the whole GCPIT team for organizing this in a humongous way. And there have been a lot of people benefiting over the period of time, I think from past 3 to 4 months. But I have been witnessing from past over 2.5 to 3 years. I think a massive respect to the whole GCPIT team. Once again, my utmost heartfelt gratitude to the complete GCPIT team, and especially to Santosh sir and Aparna ma'am. Thank you so much. And there has been a lot of session that I am taking on a daily basis, but there has been the well distinguished speakers today who have joined us. Why do we have to listen to Bharat Aditya? Who is Bharat Aditya? I'll be just taking less than 30 seconds of your time in explaining about, in just talking about. I'm just going to take 2 minutes of my time. I think the screen is visible. Yes. So yes. I just wanted to. This is prepared in the last 3 minutes to 5 minutes. I've just kept it as accurate as possible. I am the only Yuva Pratibha Puraskara awardee for under 25, under the age of 25. I was the first and the last youth representative, country head for Walk Free Australian Foundation in India. Have built a scratch of community for about 600 plus members in less than a span of 1 year, and built Melange Foundation, which won 3 times Best Established Student Empowerment Platform of the Year, 2 times Social Entrepreneurship Award, and the Most Promising Student of the Year for the most 3 times, Distinguished Alumni Hall of Fame. Have shared stage with IBM and a lot of Cubic consulting companies, Mercedes-Benz, Ashok Leyland in volunteering. And one of the most important things, we are all speaking of SDGs. Even to the GCPIT team, I think it might be very surprising, but I have been awarded by World Merit, United Nations funded organization called as World Merit. It is from United Kingdom, UK, as the best SDG promoter from India. They have awarded me and my team members for. It came directly. The letter of award came directly from United Nations headquarters from the UK, right? And it has been an exemplary performance. So we have been promoting SDG from past 7.5 years right now. So I have very less time. That's the reason I'm actually speeding things through, but I'm very sure that distinguished members over here will be able to really understand the pulse of the whole meeting being set up, and we would want to hit on the card. I am one of the speakers for World Book of Records, and we have an agency called as The Design Turf. This was made for a pool of talent people who are exemplary in terms of design, who have worked on a lot of international award schemes, and who have worked with the companies like Group M and who have been mentored by large media corporations as well, internationally and as well as Indian media corporations. And a lot of consulting has been done. So I will quickly go through the slide that I would want to show. And Yes, and just glancing through, because I've shown this PPT in the last 2 days, so I'll be just glancing through. This is the work. This is the kind of work we have done for fintech, edutech, hospitality
Bharat, we
industry.
are not able to see your screen. It's still the same screen I'm seeing.
Okay. It's not changing, is it?
No, it's not changing for me. Just
1 second. I think I will reshare it again. I think some issue. Is it?
yes, Proto. I can see Proto.
Is it audible? Is it visible now?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
You can put it in full screen mode.
Yes. So we have been working for. We started as Hiking Rich, and today we have a subsidiary entity which is core into solution design and marketing called as Proto, which falls under design turf category. So the name speaks it all. So what are we into? We are into strategy, copywriting, development, and last two sessions we have spoken about how design strategy has been implemented. Today I will be particularly speaking about the conversions on a practical scenario, what we have executed and what was accomplished and what was done. Case studies of marketing, that is what, and I would be showing you. Yesterday I spoke about how impactful design plays a formula in every human being's life. Once you have to either go for a purchase, or you have to crack a deal, or you have to have your brand visibility, and how personal branding, either for an individual or an organization, it may be profit or non-profit organization, plays an equivalent role in today's internet life. So this is for one of the client. Due to certain sensitive things, we are not supposed to share the client name until unless you become our client. But still, this was the amount of dollars that is being spent on a brand, and for an athleisure brand, and that was the conversion that they have found, 450% return on ad spend. And I would just quickly go through the next two slides. I would also introduce my teammate Sai Krishna, who has handled a 700 crore turnover organization, and has been a backbone. Design Turf is because of him. He is the founder of Design Turf, and the actual conversions of paid media and social media management is done through him in Design Turf. He is coaching a lot of youngsters. He's training a lot of individuals to play a remarkable level playing field in the space of design as an agency. So this is a content writing coach, and this we are just showing the best traction that was created on an average, what was spent for an ad, and what was the conversion ratio that they got. And that is the reason we have put the percentage over here as. And this is another luxury perfume brand that we worked on, and this is what the conversion, this is almost 1:3 times of the conversion that we have got, and it's a 383% return on investment that they have got. And for the further slides, I would really want Krishna to come in and speak about the work that he has done. You may see over here, this slide is a bit old. Happy was a 300 crore organization back in 2018. Now they have been a 600 crore to 700 crore plus organization. So Krishna, would welcome you, a youngster, but a brainstorm coach who's handled Design Turf to more than 1,000 crore clients, and who has handled more than 1 crore per month kind of a digital marketing and a digital strategy budget for all the corporates and organizations. Inviting you, Krishna.
Bharat, I would like to interrupt you. Only 2 more minutes for the session to start. So keep it short and sweet.
Sure, it's an absolute bliss today to be present today. So thank you so much, Aparna ma'am, and also Santosh sir, for giving us the stage and opportunity to present ourselves. As the time is very limited, I would like to quickly showcase our work for Happy Mobiles. It was one of a retail chain in Hyderabad and Telangana. That's two states in India. So we help these brands to scale their marketing up to 60 lakh monthly sales, and we help them get 40% drop in cost per lead. I mean, this is a topic that I would love to talk about for hours together, but keeping the time limit for 2 minutes, I would restrict. I would not get into the case study section here and how we achieved it. So moving on. So results. So these are the results. 97 lakh in monthly sales was the time that we hit for this brand at one point of time, and it was a constant every month generation of 3 lakh to 2 lakh and 2.5 lakh revenue on a monthly basis, is on a daily basis, sorry, on a daily basis is what we could help them. And these were social media concept ideations and copywriting that we helped the brand in their engagements, and to get more followers on Instagram and then grow their audience organically without spending a dime on paid media marketing. And these are the concept ideations again, and these are the social media calendar ideations which we did for the brand, the copy, the headline, the topic, all of that. Right. And moving on, so this was another brand that we worked with. Areka Tea was the brand, and brand awareness, which the main intention of the brand was to generate awareness for their product. So we helped them reach more customers across social media. So we hit 92 lakh unique accounts month on month. We helped them strategize, manage, and grow their online presence. And some of the social media calendar ideations and copy concept ideations was done by the in-house team of us at the design turf, which we're really good at. Moving on. Right. So these again, some of our work that we help the client improve their engagement every month. And these are very few of the clients that out of few that we can mention here, which we can proudly say that we have associated with these people out there. Right. Yeah. So that's most about
it. Thank you, Krishna. And thank you once again to the whole GCPIT team. We will be more than happy to have a 1 hour session or a one-to-one session addressing a lot of entrepreneurs, professional leaders across the globe, across the world, in making them understand how personal branding or an organizational branding would highly play an impactful role, and how we would actually be helping them in terms of strategically positioning them in the market in terms of how they could reach their brand outreach. So we are running a couple of brand outreach programs, and we would definitely would invite a lot of leaders from the GCPIT Council to play an active role in it, and we'll be happy to associate on a long term for absolute basis. So once again, thank you so much completely for the GCPIT team and Aparna ma'am. So would love to have one more session in detail so that we can have a discussion in length and take through all the case studies that is required. And thank you for all the dignitaries over here who have given me the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bharat and Krishna from Design Turf India. That was a wonderful session on paid media branding and copywriting for founders. I'm sure this was a very useful session for all the business owners
Bharat,
who are
can
watching.
You just quickly put down your screen share?
And those who missed the last two sessions can watch it again on GCPIT's YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Bharat and Krishna, for that useful session. Now let's move on to the final day of the much awaited event. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world you're joining us from. GCPIT UK, Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade, Global Founders Council for Sustainable Development, along with our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies LLC, is proud to welcome you all who are joining from different parts of the world to this prestigious event, SDGs Global Founders Council Summit 2022. I'm Aparna G. Kumar, the Global Co-Chairperson of GCPIT and your host for this event. We had amazing sessions on day 1 and day 2, and today we are on day 3, the final day of the 3-day summit. And on behalf of GCPIT, once again, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to all our chief guests, keynote speakers, and all the founders who are presenting their powerful sessions on sustainable development. We are grateful to our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies LLC, for their unconditional support on this summit. We are live on all our social media platforms, and we welcome our viewers on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and also on our GCPIT Global YouTube channel. As you all know, Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade, or GCPIT, is one of the fastest growing organizations based out of India, South Africa, UK, US, and UAE, with board and council member representation across the world. Founded by the visionary leader, Mr. Santosh Ganesh, in the year 2020, GCPIT has been growing at an exponential rate with support from global leaders from across the globe. We now stand proud with the launch of the Great Leaders Council and the 20 Global Alliances for the advancement of SDGs, 3 global magazines, the Sustainomics monthly newsletter, and the Impactpreneurs web portal for supporting businesses focusing on sustainability. Now we are on a mission mission to impact 100 million entrepreneurs and leaders by 2030. The realization that business leaders have a huge role to play is the reason for the formation of the Global Founders Council for Sustainable Development and this summit. We aim to promote sustainable business models and best practices to the nationwide creation of new industries over the medium to long term. All the 20 global alliances have been formed to take the Global Sustainable Development Mission forward. Personnel from industry, academia, and the government will work together in these alliances and go back to the basics of sustainability, investigate and make recommendations on the application of technology, solutions, best use cases, and the required industrial structures, systems, and rules. At this juncture, we would like to invite the participation of companies and experts who endorse these aims and initiatives to be part of GCPIT's Global Sustainable Development Mission. We invite you to join the 20 different global alliances for the advancement of SDGs, the Great Leaders Council, the Global Founders Council for Sustainable Development, Global Alliance for Water, Sanitation and Hygiene, Global Alliance for Good Health and Well-being, Global Alliance for the Future of Education and Future of Work, Global Alliance for the Future of Food and Agriculture, Global Alliance for Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure, Global Alliance for Sustainable Cities and Communities, Global Alliance for Clean Energy and Transportation, Global Alliance for Climate Change and Environment, Global Alliance for Sustainable Fashion, Global Alliance for Financial Inclusion, Global Alliance for Sustainable Economic Development, Global Alliance for Poverty Eradication, Global Alliance of Angel Investor and Venture Capital Networks, Global Parliamentary Alliance for Sustainable Development, Global Workforce Development Council, Global Alliance for Sustainable Production and Consumption, Global Alliance for Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions, Global Alliance for Sustainable Media and Publishing. This is a huge mission, but I'm sure if we all come together, we can make this happen. Let us be the change we wish to see in this world, as Mahatma Gandhi said. And now it's time to celebrate day 3, the final day of the 3-day SDGs Global Founders Council Summit 2022. We begin with a very special person joining us now to deliver the keynote address. She is the founder and CEO of Africa Women Enterprises. She is an MBA from the University of Liverpool in the UK and a mentor to businesses across various sectors. She believes that entrepreneurs and startups have a huge role in job creation and skills transfer in South Africa and across the continent. The upliftment of women and girl child is a particular focus. She is a volunteer for the South African Police Services as a first responder at crime scenes caring for victims of crime. Africa Women Enterprises plans to use current and future technologies in 3D printing in the construction industry, water tech, and renewable energy tech sectors to disrupt, challenge, and enhance the status quo of life for people across the continent of Africa. Let me proudly invite Ms. Nicole Petit for her keynote address. Over to you, Nicole.
Thanks, Aparna. I just have to apologize ahead of time. My voice is not great. I just am also playing with the screen, just trying to get it full screen. I'm not sure if it's coming on full screen. Sorry, you just let me know.
Have you started sharing? We are not able to see. I know that you had COVID and we really appreciate your commitment.
Let's try and see. Here we go. How are we going?
No, we are not able to see the screen.
Okay. Sorry. Not with it at the moment, I must say.
Should I try sharing?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you can start. I'll try sharing.
Is that any better? Do you have it?
Not yet. Let me try sharing.
Thank you. Sorry, Aparna, it's
okay, I understand. Are you able to see my screen?
There we go. Yeah, I can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, as Aparna says, to everybody, wherever you may be in the world. I'm speaking about why sustainability is important to driving business success and what can we as leaders do to ensure that sustainability goals are achieved. Sorry, I can't drive this. The next slide, I can't drive it from my side. My fellow leaders will speak today on diversity, inclusion, equality, diversity and culture, sustainability training, breaking gender bias, gender equality, diversity and inclusion, climate change, sustainability and environment. All of us need to be sure that as leaders, whatever our passion is, we ensure sustainability goals are achieved. What we also need to realize is that one sustainability goal is never in isolation from another. If we could just go back one, Aparna, sorry. Sorry, if we could just go back a couple. Okay, and how do we do this? One way is not to shy away from the harsh realities of life without basic human rights. We need to see the bad to make it good. Thanks. Next slide. I'd like to ask you to imagine for a moment that you have little to no fresh or running water at all. This is a violation of SDGs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, just at face value. The task of fetching water in many developing nations falls to women and girls, and UNICEF said in 2016 that the 200 million hours women and girls spend every day collecting water is a colossal waste of their time. I believe not much has changed. When we look at the wider ranging effects of having little to no water and onto whom the task of collecting water falls, the implications become clearer. The violation of SDGs 5, 8, and 10. It is time for responsible businesses to change things for the better. We can see that the absence of water is not just one SDG violation. Imagine further that you are a women-led business for good, conscious of the problems faced by children attending school every day and adults living in squalor through no fault of their own. Money from the fiscus is allocated year on year to help improve the lives of the population through the installation of clean running potable water, the necessary infrastructure maintenance of the system needed to keep this precious resource flowing. And this never happens. Your business and many others have solutions to this terrible problem, sustainable solutions, but will not be able to put them into practical use. Next slide. This, my friends, is a pit latrine. This is from 2014 in the Observers. A young boy has died in a South African school after falling into an open pit toilet and drowning in fecal matter. Thank you. Next slide. This is also a pit latrine. There's a young child sitting on a pit latrine in the open for everyone to see. This is a disgrace. Opinion, safe sanitation in rural schools. A life deferred. And this is Michael Kamape, age 5, died in 2014. And the Minister of Education admits that over 4,000 South African public schools still use pit latrines. That was in 2020. This is a disgrace, an unacceptable disgrace. Now, not only is it water, but following on from that, in 1668, a profound statement was made: Scientia potentia est, knowledge is power. It's attributed to Sir Francis Bacon, to his secretary Thomas Hobbes, to Thomas Jefferson. It's attributed to APJ Abdul Kalam in India, and to Daniel in the Bible. I would like to take some poetic license and say, power is knowledge, and power means electricity. No access to electricity is dangerous in many ways. Despite being home to 17% of the world's population, Africa currently accounts for just 4% of global power supply investment. Achieving reliable electricity supply for all would require an almost four-fold increase to around $120 billion a year through to 2040. This is an untenable situation and violates a number of SDGs, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11. The repercussions are far-reaching, with seemingly no consideration from those on high. As a result, there are man-made droughts as people resort to cutting down each and every available tree to use for cooking and heating. This is a young boy doing his homework, his schoolwork, by street light, as he has no light in his own home. The dangers of living with no electricity. The alternatives to cooking, heating, and lighting without electricity are candles, paraffin stoves, and paraffin heaters. At night, when it is cold, the candles or the paraffin stove or both are left alight during the night. They fall over and blankets or clothing catch alight. Fires spread quickly across densely populated settlements, and these fires are often fatal, especially in winter. In addition, cooking with paraffin can lead to COPD or asthma in those exposed to the fumes. These are lifelong conditions. Sadly, there are alternatives, but governments don't want to open up to this market or this market to IPPs. The alternative solves so many problems. So what can leaders do to drive business sustainability and SDGs? We need to stare down adversity. We need to be tenacious, determined, and brave. We need to stick to our plans and never give up. We need to keep our goals in sight always. We need to remember we are capable, and we must encourage critical thinking skills in generations to come. We need to start speaking of generational sustainability. This must become a new buzzword. We must constantly ask questions of the powers that be. If governments are failing, challenge where possible. Be passionate about your message and your mission always. Revisit your business plan in respect of the SDGs you are addressing often. Technology and circumstances change often. Approach business sustainability on a multi-level. Use more than one technology to achieve your goals. A multi-level approach will lead to multi-success, where a single-level approach may never take off. Collaborate with other leaders. Each idea will blossom into a new, multifaceted idea, leading to others. And finally, a challenge. I would like to issue a challenge to all funders, investors, bankers, to give some constructive feedback. Only 2% of funding went to women-led startups last year. Please tell us why. Are the plans not good enough? Are the exit strategies not yielding enough? Are the margins not aggressive enough? If we want to improve on this figure of 2%, we need your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for this for sharing this serious issue. As you said, we should focus on generational sustainability, and this cannot wait, right? And really, I salute your commitment for coming and speaking today, even though you were, facing a very difficult time. And
Thanks for your
looking
help.
forward, yeah, looking forward. Let's work together to change the situation. Now it's time to listen to our chief guest. She is a pioneer in sustainability, CSR, and environmental management based in Milan, Italy. As the founder and director of Eticampien, she offers clients a forward-thinking and full-service provider of sustainability management and communications, consulting, training, and coaching services. With over 28 years of experience in the field, she partners with environmentally and socially responsible corporate and non-profit clients to create a culture of sustainability, pursue ethical actions and responsible leadership, and find the right balance among economic, social, and environmental policies to drive sustainable business prosperity, lead for the common good, and enhance brand reputation. She's on a mission to empower old and new generations of innovators and sustainability leaders to emerge by helping them define their purpose, vision, strategies, and goals. We are proud to have you with us today in our summit. Let me proudly invite our chief guest for day 3 of the SDGs Global Founders Council Summit, all the way from Milan, Italy, the founder and director of Eticampien, Dr. Paola Fiore. Over to you for your address, Dr. Paola.
Thank you so much, Aparna and Santosh, and I'm really grateful and honored to be speaking at the last day of this incredible event. And my sincere acknowledgements and compliments to all the previous speakers and colleagues, and to your efforts is really, really important. And I would also thank you very much, Nicole, for her very inspiring previous talk. And I would like to share with you, to get started on this third day, what is the vision that inspires the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to invite you to bring with you the keywords that I colored in green and orange, and make these keywords yours in personal and in your professional life. So let's see this together. What is the vision? This is about a new agenda, and this new agenda is a promise made by leaders to all the people of the world, everywhere they are. It is universal, integrated, and transformative agenda and vision for building a better world. It is an agenda for the people, first of all, to end poverty in all its forms. And it's also an agenda for the planet, that is our common, unique, and beautiful home. And it is also a vision for shared prosperity, peace, and partnership at all levels of society. And mostly at this moment in time, it reminds us the urgency of climate action. And it is also rooted in gender equality and the respect for the rights of everyone on our planet. And above all, it pledges to leave no one and no territory behind. And these are the words of Ban Ki-moon, the ex-Secretary General of the United Nations. So let's focus now on what are considered to be the 5 key pillars of the agenda of the United Nations for sustainable development. Usually, as you can see from the slides, there are 5 key pillars. So we start from the people. We shared about ending poverty and hunger in all its form. And what is the main purpose? Is that of ensuring dignity, equality to everyone. And it's also about the planet, obviously. It's about protecting, preserving all our natural resources, all forms of lives on Earth, and especially to mitigate the impact, the growing dangerous impact of climate change for the present and future generations to come. And it's also about prosperity. And I would like to highlight here, we're not talking about growth. We are talking about prosperity that is very much different from the traditional concept of growth in economic and financial terms. It's about ensuring a prosperous society and the fulfilling lives for everyone, so that each of us in every place in the world can live in harmony with nature and not fighting nature for our own needs. There is another key pillar, and it's about the partnership. And this pillar is consolidated within the 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is, I would say, one of the main goals of this event, an incredible initiative, because it's about implementing the overall agenda by building a solid global partnership. And finally, there's the fifth key pillar that is within the 16 Sustainable Development Goals. It's about fostering a peaceful, just, and inclusive society. And unfortunately, once again in Europe, we are in times of war, not talking about all the other conflicts, unfortunately, still going on in many parts of our planet. But I believe that there's a missing piece in this vision, and that should stay as the 6 pillars of the vision of the agenda of the United Nations. And it's about the purpose. It's about the purpose because let's think about our promise and the promise of the vision of the United Nations for 2030. So what is the promise? What is our promise without our purpose? So we do need to reflect on what is our purpose as individuals, and also as human beings, part of our society, so that we can become and be more and more the stewards of our planet, because we need to move faster towards a planetary stewardship. We are, let's say, destroying most of our biodiversity, natural resources. So we already, let's say, achieved some of the tipping points, so-called by the climate scientists. So we do need boldly and very urgently to, let's say, create or reestablish a safe operating space for humanity, so that we can preserve life on Earth for humans, but also for all living creatures. So, as Nicole previously well said, and I'm sure inspired already us all, our society, industry, trade, commerce, everyone really must move as fast as possible towards a real net zero carbon path. And why I'm saying real? Because what is happening, unfortunately, is that we are hearing more and more to a lot of corporate net zero pledges. We can, let's say, think about the last COP26 in Glasgow in last November. So obviously these pledges are important, but there's a big but. Now they must be backed by credible climate action, or there's a big risk that the limitation of this approach, that is, let's say, good in his intention, could undermine climatic neutrality. So we also need to understand that achieving a real net zero path by maximum the half of this century, so by 2050, less than 30 years, everyone, and business obviously is included, must, let's say, consider act on climate as the best economic and social option that we have. And actually, I will say, based on the last IPCC reports, International Panel on Climate Change, that is the main institution within the United Nations dealing with the science related to climate change, is our only option right now. So it's the best, but it's only the only one. In order to transform the future, but I would say also the present of our economy, industry, trade, and obviously society. So we no further delay. All businesses, all governments must become and be courageous, must be bold, and together we must turn those ambitious pledges into practical action to achieve concrete results, both locally and globally. And this is because the climate crisis that we are seeing day after day, we are just assisting in these days in all the Indian continent and all the around countries, incredible higher temperatures. And we are just at the end of April. So the worst is still to come. Consider what is the opinion of the majority of the climate scientists. So the climate crisis calls us now urgently for unity of purpose. And that's the importance of the purpose and bold action. So what can we do, to make sustainability not anymore an exception, but the general norm, the reality for everyone, just like the Sustainable Development Goals and the United Nations Agenda for 2030. We do need to create a new normal, a new normality at all levels of society. And what can help us in remind this main goal is the overall structure of the Sustainable Development Agenda. So just like each of the 17 SDGs are important in itself, just like each of us as human beings, at the same time, all of these SDGs are interconnected. And we cannot achieve the 2030 UN agenda if we do not achieve altogether these 17 goals. So obviously, creating a new normal might be not easy, might be challenging, but I really would like to challenge everyone here for the positive. So let's try to think about what can be, a good way or a better way to, let's say, productively challenge the current status quo. And just like challenges, we have lots of opportunities. Let's think about the renewable sectors, for example, or the circular economy, for example, and many, many other specific areas related to sustainability. Obviously, there are opportunities because we do need to identify those new opportunities and other promising area for developing a real sustainable and responsible business. Obviously, we also need to be inspired and also inspire other people, and especially our colleagues at work, our management team. How can we, let's say, empower them, inspire them to make a shift in their thinking, in their operating daily work, in their, let's say, planning and organizing within our organizations. And obviously, we do need to check. We do need to check continuously. So diagnosing is very important, especially when we work within organization in teams. We need to find those best entry points for innovation. And here, innovation, and especially eco-innovation, is another key part of our work towards creating a new normality. And I'm moving towards the close of my presentation here. So we must realize with no further delay that time to act is now. Not tomorrow, not in 12 months, not in few years. Is now, is today, is every day. And as already Nicole addressed it previously, there are two main questions that I really would like to invite you all to think about. And please remember that these two questions are not static. They evolve with yourself, with your knowledge, with your company. They evolve with the time, and so evolve the answers. So for example, why is sustainability so much important right now for any business success? It doesn't matter if it's a small, medium, or large company. Because today, sustainability is not just a strategic opportunity, you know, to continue your business, to continue to get a competitive advantage. No, it's not that anymore. It's key because within your sustainability strategies, plans, and programs, you need to include also climate change and global warming issues, because they do affect a lot your overall business. Let's think about your supply chain, for example. Let's think about all the natural resources that your business process might need to prosper. So also integrating these two key issues, and here obviously is the Sustainable Development Goal number 13, but obviously all the other goals related to, let's say, the biological or ecological aspects of the agenda needs to be included into your business organizational structure and into the governance also of every organizations. And the last questions. So now that you are understanding the importance of integrating sustainability into your business, and I would say also into your life, everyday life. Now that you are taking this commitment to yourself, to your stakeholders, to the present and future generation, how can you demonstrate your commitment to all the other people in public? So here I just put as hopefully a way to inspire you what I do, what I usually do. And this is just a few points, the main ones. So for example, I spoke a lot previously about listen to the climate science. That's key, that's fundamental, and it will be even more important in the next years. So please embed in your policies, in your strategies, the most important science-based targets. And also don't be afraid, you know, to communicate your own story. And there needs to be the story of climate change and climate science at the same time, and the impacts on your company and also on the rest of your stakeholders. You also need to develop holistic systems and programs for your own sustainability within your organization, because please remember that we don't have one only framework, one only model of sustainability. Every company, every business can create its own sustainability model and framework. And obviously, we do need, especially to preserve peace, to leverage trustful, collaborative conversation. Without trust, nothing can happen. Nothing good can happen, I would say. And finally, this is what I do also right now as I'm speaking to you. Please find your own ways to advocate for climate justice, especially to support the most vulnerable communities and especially the youth. And I would like to close by reminding you and also myself that sustainability is mainly about the people, the planet, and prosperity. And please remember your purpose. That's also fundamental. And by integrating all of these aspects, the economics part, the societal part, and the environmental part, together, we can help solve the biggest challenge of our time. So thank you very much for inviting me. And I give the floor to you, Aparna, and my best and sincere wishes for this last day of day 3. Thank you for all you're doing and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paula, for that inspiring session. Thank you for joining us today and enlightening us with your experience. You and Nicole reminded us about the urgency of taking action towards a sustainable world. Actually, I'm still in shock seeing the pictures Nicole shared. I'm still not able to believe in a world we are all still alive. Children are dying, falling into fecal pits. It forces us to think about this question: what are we doing with our lives? Thank you so much, Doctor and Nicole, for opening our eyes and reminding us about the seriousness of the situation. We are honored to have you with us today, Dr. Paula, and thank you for joining us. Looking forward to working together to create a sustainable world, leaving no one behind. With that, we come to the end of the opening session, and let us fasten our seatbelts as we get ready for the powerful sessions on sustainable development. Let's start our powerful session 1. We have 4 speakers in the session. To begin with, we have with us Mr. Nandakishore Chowdhury to talk about sustainability is not a choice anymore. It is the need of the hour. Mr. Nandakishore Chowdhury is a globally acclaimed social entrepreneur and the founder of Jaipur Rugs, one of India's largest manufacturers of hand-knotted rugs, and is often referred to as Gandhi of the carpet industry. Over to you, Mr. Nandakishore Chowdhury, for your session on sustainability is not a choice anymore. It's the need of the hour.
Hello, everyone. I would like first to thank Santosh and SDGs team for having me here. I would like to quickly take you through the journey of my life, which I call the University of Hard Rocks of Life, because it was only after my college that my real education began. I started my career selling shoes from a little shop that my father have started. I realized that there was very little room to grow, and I was offered a full-time job in a nationalized bank. I declined the offer as I wanted to do something of my own where I could enjoy what I do. So about 44 years ago, I started with 2 looms in my own house in a small town, Churu, in Rajasthan, in India, as a contractor manufacturer, producing rugs for the larger exporters in Jaipur. I borrowed $200 from my father to buy 2 looms and an old cycle to travel the weaver houses and day-to-day work. The beginning were humble, yet filled with challenges. One of the first challenges I faced was from my own family members. In those days, rug weaver belongs to untouchable class and were not given the same social standing as others. Given the strong class system in India, interaction was not only discouraged, but was looked down upon. I faced a lot of resistance from my own family members, but I could not understand how could they be different human beings. I fell so much in love with weaving and weavers that I used to take my lunch and eat with weavers and their families beside the looms on which they made their carpets. I used to spend an entire day working with them and learned the basic of weaving. I discovered and realized that some of the most beautiful rugs in the world were made by those who did not have the most basic rights in the society. The only encouragement I had was from my wife, who not only supported me but also sometimes provided the weavers with tea and food. Within 2 years, I established 10 looms in and around my village in Rajasthan. And thereafter, I further expanded as a contractor for next 8 years. After that, I moved to Jaipur to start my own export with my brother. In 1990, I moved to Gujarat in a tribal area where I stayed for 8 years. In this period, I had the opportunity to train and develop a network of 15,000 tribal men and women in the art of rug weaving. Initially, I faced challenges working with the tribal who were not welcoming of outsiders, but I knew that love, empathy, and respect could make the relationship much easier. Just in a matter of 3-4 years, they started to respect me as their guide. My interest of living in villages and being close to the nature made it easy for me to connect with the tribal people and grow this business. During that time, I was blessed with 3 daughters and 2 sons. In my society at that time, even now, girls get less priority than the boys. My British friend Ailia Cooper suggested that girls are often more efficient and more receptive. So my wife and I treated all our children equally, sent the girls to study in America, even though our family tradition strongly disapprove of sending a girl abroad alone. I encourage all my children to take a deep interest in the American lifestyle so that when they finish their studies, they would have a better understanding of the customer needs. I told them that I considered myself as a weaver, and thus they were daughter of a weaver, and that weaving has become the biggest enjoyment in my life, and they should never forget this. One thing I learned, what to appreciate the wisdom that people at grassroots generally have. Women manage home, food, children, and budget, and still take time to weave the carpets. They are probably some of the best managers in the world. In 1999, I separated from my brother and started Jaipur Rug from zero. I also established a company in USA to move closer to the customer. Initially, I had little knowledge of business and finance. As I spend my time with the weavers in villages, as a result, I have to face a lot of problems and failures. And it was one of the most challenging moments of my life, where I had to learn the things which I did not learn in last 20 years of my life. In 2004, we set up Jaipur Rug Foundation to bring change in the life of our artisan by nurturing the human connection at the grassroots. We do this by creating program on skill development, leadership development, and social development. This in turn brought mindset change, empowering our artisan to develop the understanding of the customer needs. In early 2008, late Professor C.K. Palad, #1 global management guru at that time, called me and asked me if I knew who he was. I replied, "Who does not know you?" But I was extremely surprised that why he has called me. He said that he wanted to do a case study on our business model. And then I said that what we do is very simple. And what if you write it, no one read it? Even my neighbors does not know me. But he explained me that our global supply chain was very unique by connecting the world poorest of the poorest with the richest of the richest. by enhancing capability at the grassroots. I believe that innovation will be a key for Jaipur to grow further. I saw our artisan as human, but my daughter Kavita went a step ahead and saw an artist in them. In 2014, she began an initiative to include our weavers in the product development and design processes to unleash the creativity of the talented artisan we work with, and termed it Man Chaha project. Man Chaha in Hindi means freedom to design, so that the artists put in their heart and soul. Today, Man Chaha project has won over 9 global awards. In 2017, one of the artisan, Bimla Devi, who has never been out of her village, never went to school, surprised the world with her simple yet magical designs that went on to win the German Design Award. And she went to Germany to take the award herself. One more initiative is Freedom Man Chaha, where we work with jail inmates in Rajasthan. Under this initiative, we started weaving centers at jails, allowing the inmates freedom to express themselves through their original design. The experiment soon became a creative expression of the inmates. Their design sense is very different from the rural women we work with. They make kites in the open sky, wishing to fly like them. Telephone towers, hoping that someday they will connect with their families. The honest expression became popular in the architect and home decor community very quickly. The inmates found a way to have meaningful time and also help their families financially while in jail. Seeing the improvement of these inmates, the jail authority have released some of them early, while others are put in open jail where they are free to move around and work. My future vision for Jaipur is to create the best artisan proposition where each and every of our artisan will become the artist and shall be connected with the world of design. This shall allow the artisan to a greater share of the wealth they produce. Furthermore, I see Jaipur as a platform of connecting the end consumer with the artisans so that they can both emotionally connect with each other. This shall lead the ultimate level of dignity of our artisans. In 2019, Raj Sisodia, founding member of Conscious Capitalism movement, in his book, The Healing Organization, explained how a business can heal the society and heal the customer together. In his book, he published a case study on Jaipur on the power of innocence. I believe innocence would be the future of the management sciences. Innocent people have the power to see and understand things others can't. And this will transform the world around the world. This will transform the business around the world. I often say that we don't sell carpet. We sell family blessings. We sell experiences. We sell stories. And if you want to buy our carpet, that is totally free. When our customer buy the carpets, he gets the blessing of our artisans, and our artisans receive back the healing which comes from the customer happiness and warmth. This completes the circle. We call it totality. I would like to end by sharing a small experience I had when I was in college. I had a very strict college professor of business administration. He came to my classroom and called out my roll number and asked me to stand. I got scared as to why he was asking me as I was a very disciplined student, and I started to think what wrong I might have done. Then he took out a test copy and showed to everyone in the class saying, look at the answer this boy has written. The question was, what is the definition of business? And what I replied was, business is next to love. Business is next to love. It is the creator and preserver of civilization. The professor then said, this boy will become a different businessman one day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhary, for that very inspiring session. I think you are a living example of how we can build businesses and also our personal lives around sustainable development goals. The way you have raised your daughters, the story of Imla Devi going to collect the award in Germany is giving me goosebumps. How you are maintaining the true essence of artisans, everything is so inspiring to the new generation business people. And as you said, we all should have the attitude that we are selling the blessings of our people. You have blessed us with your presence today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have a session by Dr. K.S. Bhatia, founder and CEO, pumpcard.com and Phygital.com. He is going to talk about how does SMEs help in achieving sustainable development goals on SDGs. Over to you, Dr. K.S. Bhatia, for your session.
Thank you. Before I start a session, I just want to talk about my journey. So I would say I'm a big dreamer. I dream big. I personally believe that, true entrepreneurs should always dream big. And I want to talk about in 1980 when I was 10-year-old. I was watching a TV and our Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, was speaking in the United Nations. I asked my dad, I want to be there in the United Nations. So he said, what do you want to become in life? I said, I want to be an entrepreneur. He said, there's no chance. You will never speak. You cannot go there and speak, Either you have to be, ambassador there in UNO, or either you should be in the politics, you become a foreign minister or the prime minister. So there's no chance. And I said, no, I have to go. He said, okay, then start studying the politics. So my dad was a political science professor. He said, you don't think of to be an entrepreneur. So come under me and I will teach you the politics and then you can go there. But I said, no, I want to be entrepreneur. And being an entrepreneur, I want to go there. So, and seriously, this thing happened. As I told you that I'm a dreamer. I dream and, and this thing happened after 38 years. In 2018, I have been called by the United Nations headquarters to come and speak in the United Nations. So I'm proud to say that I'm the first startup from the country who got a chance to speak in the United Nations. So I'll speak on SDG, though, when they came to know that he's a startup, came from India and also we spoke more about the startup ecosystem, So here also I'll more talk about small, medium entrepreneurs and the startups, who will really play very major role, to achieve these SDG goals. So I want to tell you that India is an emerging hub of startups. And the good news is that we are going to be the global capital of startups by 2030. Will be the largest of startups. Will beat US, will beat China. At the moment, we are the third largest in startup hub. And I'm sure this is not my dream, it's dream of our Prime Minister Modi also. So our government is, the way our government is pushing our startup, and this is all because of this government. So the startup ecosystem is growing in the country. Not earlier it was in the big cities, now it's entering in the small cities also. So I will from here, and I will tell the government, instead of making of smart cities, you make a startup cities also in the country. Let's create something very big in the country. So as I said, that we will be the global capital. So I think we must encourage we are encouraging startups, but we are missing small medium entrepreneurs. Those who are not organized. India has around 30 million small medium entrepreneurs. 30 million. It's not a small. So I think if we focus on those small medium entrepreneurs, I think we can solve a lot of problems there. Our poverty is a problem. I think these, if we start focusing on this, if we educate these, if we organize these people, I think many problems will be solved. The first problem is job creation will happen. And this problem is there in everywhere, not only in India. This is in US, this is in Europe, everywhere. Jobs are not there. I think not in India, the largest producer of jobs is small medium entrepreneurs, which are not being focused. They're not organized. I think if we focus, they'll create jobs. As more jobs, poverty will be less. So jobs is required. So I think that has to be focused, not in India. It should be focused globally. So that is my concern. I'm pretty sure that if we focus our country, other countries also focus on small medium entrepreneurs, I think we'll be going to solve the big problems. As as startups are also growing, I think the platform like energy, climate, innovation, they will play a very major role. I was just coming from one of the event which is happening in Chandigarh today, and everybody, all investor turned up from the Indian Angel Network, Bombay Angel Network, Hyderabad Angel Network. Everybody is focusing now on the startups, those who are working on the energy, on the climate, because this is a worldwide problem. It's not India's problem, and of course this problem is big in Asia. So I think these problems will be solved by these upcoming startups because technology will play a major role. But along with, we have to focus on the small medium entrepreneurs. We have to educate, we have to organize them. This is a very big problem. They are not organized. We are pushing the startup, but we are not pushing these small medium entrepreneurs. So if they are the largest creator of jobs. So if they miss somewhere, then we'll miss something very big. So I think we have to push. Every government has to push. Every country has to push, because this problem is SDG. No doubt, we have to complete these goals. We have to push these goals. We have to sort out all these problems. But we are not seeing how we solve these problems. So this is what I wanted to say. So I will not take much time. So this problem is more, if you talk about Africa and Latin America, startup is not emerging over there. I think we should also focus in those countries. I think you people should play some role there to to encourage the startup. Next time, if you do this event, you push more startups should come and speak. They say some word. They might be having more ideas than me also. So I think these countries like Africa, Latin America, and some part of the Asia also, the startup ecosystem is not growing. India, no doubt, India, the government really pushed. Ecosystem is growing in a very fast. We'll be solving so many problems, but few of the countries are still they are not being focused on that. So from this platform, I want to tell everyone that, every country seriously has to push the startup. I think they'll be the real game changer. If anything going to change in this earth, only startups will do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, for that very informative and inspiring session. As you said, true business people should always dream big. Really inspiring to hear that you were the first startup from India to speak at the UN, and I'm sure your story would have inspired a lot of SMEs who are listening. And we have, as you mentioned, we have an exclusive competition for startups working on SDGs globally. So next, we'll be inviting you.
Thanks a lot. At least something should happen on startup. Thank you very much.
Yes, we are working on that. Thank you so much. Next, we have a session by Dr. Amina Ali on the effects of climate change on human rights. Dr. Amina Ali is the founder of Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. Over to you for your session, Dr. Amina.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so very much. I tried effortlessly to get the background up and I just couldn't. So bear with me today, but thank you so much. I really appreciate this invitation. Embassy ambassadors, consul generals, high commissioners, diplomats, dignitaries, honored guests, supporters, and local attendees, I want to welcome you. I want to thank you also for this opportunity to be able to speak in this forum on something that is very, very passionate and very near and dear to me, which is human and gender rights, especially its effect on climate change. I don't have a presentation to give to you because I'm going to make this personal. I'm going to speak to you about a young woman named Miriam. Now, Miriam is a bright and curious woman. She loves to laugh and has a beautiful smile. She is a very intriguing woman if you speak to her, and she definitely wants better for her life. But Miriam is 18 with 3 children. She is a survivor as a child bride and a recent female genital mutilation case brought to us. She is uneducated, unskilled, and because people came to her land and stole it from her, placing her on a reservation, she is now colonialized into an isolated and rural space. So she is truly what we would call a people that is left behind. And unfortunately, this happens so often in so many areas and tragic spaces that we have to be more mindful of this. So I'm going to speak about what she really is advantageous to in what she is suffering with. And this is going to develop into an understanding as to how mental health is affecting those that are dealing with climate change the worst. The work that I speak about addresses human rights and climate change advocacies. It begins with the impact of global warming on human rights, like the right to life and the right to physical and mental health. And then it enters into the socio-political and economic deficits that come from such actions. This follows the limits and possibilities of using human rights to address a problem, such as strategic plans to alter the path of destruction. My colleagues before me spoke very, very highly about hurrying up in this mission, making this a foregone conclusion of an expedient action. This also has allowed us to understand that the plan has to be the central argument that human rights can enjoy later on. This has to have a relative high level of dignity in finding solutions and to stop the atrophy under the matters of politics and economics. The aim of this goal in making this an expeditious goal is to study the imbalance between our private cultures of behavior and the public construct of what we see climate change as. When we speak about Miriam, we're speaking about a young lady that has not only been left behind, but pushed behind and been centralized into a demographic that is labeled as other. And this demographic is really the causation of most of the harm. They were already pushed behind before climate change became a source. They were already in a deficit before they understood what they are dealing with in their culture. But what we fail to understand is that this now pushes them even further behind and allows them to not only not understand where they are or where they will be, but it will not allow them to move any further. Miriam, being unskilled and uneducated, can't possibly know what it's like to go to school. In her understanding of that rural area, she can't possibly even know how to gain a vocation to better help her rural surroundings. Having 3 children, she has to monitor them. So where is the ability to go to school? Since she's in a rural area, there is no technologies that have been offered to that area for her to be even able to do this virtually. So when we speak about climate change, we have to speak about what she is given in this destruct of her environment. We have to talk about what it is that she is able to do, what she is willing to do, and what it is that she is facing in this calamity. One of the things that we have to understand, especially when it deals with women, is that women and children are particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change because the poorest in the regions of the world that we have alienated and ostracized before climate change became a matter now has to bear the primary responsibility of gathering the essentials. We're not even talking about luxuries. We're not talking about the shelter and in the more advantageous areas. We're not even talking about the ability to be able to go and live in a different place. We're talking about essentials, food, water, fuel supplies, and those things that we take for granted in our industrialized mindsets. They cannot afford access to new and modern technologies that we spoke about. They don't have the advantageousness to go into the city because then they have transportation costs that they can't afford. They don't have measures of having better, being better, and doing better because what they have been given is lack thereof in our beginnings of this climate change talk. Women still have to birth children. So in this understanding of birthing children, you have to understand that hygienic and sanitation is a prime. In the rural areas or demographics that are left behind, where is that an importance? If we're scrounging for food and fuel supplies, how are we supposed to expect that these women are to get hygienic facilities to be able to birth their children? When infection sets in, how will they be able to afford the medicine to cure them? If they're not able to breastfeed, how are their newborn children able to feed? When we speak about climate change, we speak about less than in the areas that we call affluent. So what about those areas that are wrought with destruction prior to? What about those women that were struggling before climate change became a matter in society? What about those women that weren't able to get to those resources in a valued time to help the elders in those communities? How are they being looked at? If they had a disease before climate change was an issue, where were they getting medical care? Then we have the advantageousness of droughts, which happens because the environment is now less than in the now wrought area that they are in. So things like droughts that happen in mostly opulent, or maybe it used to be a plush area. Droughts caused by climate change make their work extremely hard because now the resources that they thought they had is now drying up. Wells run dry, crop production declines, and fuel wood has to be collected from other sources, or industrialized companies have come in and taken what little that they had. Similarly, even more shortages of food because they're not able to grow the crops, even in their regional area, has now caused them to be even in more of a lack. Not to mention the children and the diminished nutrition that they will afford. So disease and famine will rot these children and they will be brought up in an even further decline. So what we look at when we see the change that has to be met, is we have to speak to these women first. One of the things that the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights does is we work in rural areas only. We specifically target and align rural areas as the specific cause for what we look to as far as solutions. We help those women first. And we do that intentionally because once we get to those women, other women will be able to be helped. And because we're dealing with women, of course, if we help a woman, a village will be sufficed. So we have to understand the power of the woman in this understanding. But what we need to generate is the basis of knowing that all that I just talked about has a cause on their mental health. If we already deal with being young, being a mother, as we spoke about, uneducated, unvetted in skills, we're placed in an area where we have to live because we have been colonialized or we've been pushed out of our land. Climate change has now diminished that land. And now this isolated and rural area has now not only not afforded us the basic necessities as declared in the international human rights doctrines, but it has now pushed us in a more of a deficit in that area. We have to understand that these women are the first to die in survival of these climate tragedies, and their children are less likely to make it to adulthood in these same demographics. So we're losing people. We're losing people in this climate change. So we're looking at the land, we're looking at the trees, we're looking at fuel sources, but we're losing people. And if we lose that human resource, there won't be a need for anything to change in the climate because the people won't be there to see that change. So in speaking on that mental health, you have to understand that that mental health parameter is scarce. That mental health parameter is one of the things that we have to look to in changing the mindsets of the people that are working toward climate change. We have to come out of that moral injury of understanding that the same people that caused the climate depravity are the same people now caused to change that. You can't get well with the same mind that made you sick. So we have to get new and advantageous people in this place to change the cause and the direction of climate change. We have to allow the same people that are closest to the problem to be even closer to the solution in allowing their voice to be heard in the development of new ideologies. We have to allow these women, children, and youth to be able to speak to what they are dealing with. Bring big corporations out of their land and allow them to be the voice for what they need. This is going to be the will of the people and the continuation of the solution in a repeatable form. This will also allow the people to feel that their land is just as proud and just as good to them as the corporations want to bring out that natural resource or to steal and partition that land. This is not a closed democracy. This is something that can happen in this age. Stop letting big business and corporations come into our lands of refuge and allow the people to have a voice. The mental health behind it is of importance to the people. Women are crying out. Children are in need. And governments and big businesses are still just looking at them as just that, a resource, whether to be damaged or ostracized out, or the colonial mindset in their priority of privilege and entitlement is coming in and speaking for the people. That single story must stop. I am a woman. I have children. And although I have been blessed to be in a land of luxury, I am going back. The diaspora and the people of the diaspora need to go into these lands and fix what is broken with the voice of the people. If they don't, we are all in danger. We cannot use our entitlement and privilege to further the ego and the pride that we have. We have to begin to understand that we cannot change what we broke. We have to let other people come in and understand what they suffer with and what they need and fix it based on their voice. I thank you for hearing me, listening to the words, and making that change in your community. Allow those closest to the problem to be those closest to the solution, and use your power for good to empower them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amina Ali, for that powerful and another eye-opening session. You're doing an amazing job through the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. As you said, we need to work toward changing the minds of the people and make people understand that we are losing people to this climate change. And we need to allow women and youth to speak up and allow them to have a voice. Thank you so much for reminding us about the seriousness of the issue. Next, we have the session, The Green Revolution, Green Cities, focusing on UN SDG 11 by Dr. Mandla Lamba. Dr. Mandla Lamba is the founder and CEO of Agility, EV, and Green Tech. Over to you for your session, Dr. Mandla. Dr. Mandla, I think you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, I think I've got it now. Technology.
Great.
Thank you so much for having me. It's almost evening in South Africa today. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll start in introducing our company first. We are called Agility, spelled as AGILITEE. We are the first electric vehicle manufacturer in Africa. We are the pioneers of the industry. We came in the market with two-wheelers, and we ended up with four-wheelers and other vehicles. This opportunity for us is to pioneer, or rather to add value in what the future of the world is. Because if we talk about the new world, green revolution, it is actually the new world. The new world is going to be carbon free. The new world is going to be an environment that we will be proud to leave behind to our children, something that we didn't inherit. We didn't inherit, but instead we came and changed how it was, and we passed it on to the next generation. It is very important for the world to understand that the green revolution, or the green living, whatever word you choose to use for this change in the world, it is not something that's going to happen overnight. It is a transition. There are countries across the world that rely on fossil fuels. As much as they contribute to a bigger deal in climate change, but at the same time, there are countries in this world that will take longer because their GDPs rely on such. For a country that has a GDP that is represented at over 40% by fossil fuels, you can't tell them to shut down what they're doing and moving into the green or carbon-free movement overnight. It's a transition. It's going to take time. And there's also a very big challenge that is necessary for everyone who's working towards this. It is very hypocritical for all of us to push for the change in this revolution of green energy and green living, while we use appliances in our houses that are not green. There are many companies in the world right now, over 10 companies that produce green products, whether it's a television, whether it's a car, whether it's a refrigerator, that are powered by green power, and they consume less of energy and less pollutive to our environment. This green revolution, it is one of the most exciting things to look forward to, because for the first time, we are given an opportunity to shape what we will leave behind. This generation is very blessed than the generation of our fathers before us, because they had to live under conditions and take what was given to them as the standards of the norms. But with us, we've been given a privilege to take this far and beyond by saying so. We have an opportunity as leaders in the green revolution to put a foundation of a new world that we all want to see. We are at the juncture of the end of the old order of things and the beginning of the order of new things. We are the most opportune people on earth this moment. This is a moment where evolution will come together and say, how do we collaborate in making sure that we save Mother Earth, and at the same time, we continue to be a sustainable environment, as though we are not reliant on these fossil fuels and other chemicals that are pollutive to the environment. It is very important to understand this is not going to be achieved without participation from governments. We can do all we do. I'll give you an example. We've been pushing in Africa. It's not been easy. I'll tell you, predominantly in my own country, it's not been very easy in South Africa. It's a new thing. You talk about an electric vehicle to someone in South Africa and say, hey, in Africa, and say, hey, you know, we've got an electric vehicle. A few days ago, I took one of our bikes, it's called Wild Grace. I took it and I rode to a restaurant to go enjoy dinner. On my way out, someone says, I can't hear the noise on this bike. Why is it that I can't hear the noise? And then when I explained that it's electric, it doesn't have that kind of setup. They said, how then does it happen that you have a bike that uses electric? This doesn't make sense. So you realize that it's gonna be more, not just of us pushing the agenda, but more of the government playing its part in educating the public. At the same time, as part of the infrastructure of the Green Revolution, one of the things that are necessary is the government has to play part providing subsidies. I know countries like China, countries like the US, India, the governments have already taken up and they are really supporting green, predominantly in my industry, the electric vehicles, providing subsidies and providing incentives. In Africa, we don't have that. It doesn't inspire people to go and say, I want to go buy an electric vehicle. It is not an easy thing in an environment like ours in Africa, where you're going to tell someone who's driving a car and in a radius of about, say, 10 kilometers, there's about 7, 8 filling stations for petrol. And then you tell them to buy an electric vehicle when there's only one in a radius of 20 kilometers from their home. It's going to be, it's a transition, but it is one that will need more collaborations and more support from a government point of perspective. And I also want to state this with these few minutes remaining on my time, that one of the most things that people need to understand with the Green Revolution, the Green Revolution is the new world. The entire new world is set up on a Green Revolution. If you don't believe me, you could look at the statistics of everything moving to the digital world. People don't travel much to work anymore. They work from home. We've got platforms like where we are now, having conferences without traveling. The whole world is taking this shape. And if anyone is in business right now, and whatever you do has nothing to do with Green Revolution, I need to warn you that we will see another wave of COVID-19 taking over that will break the economic system of the world and usher us to what we've been talking about, the Green Revolution, where you will find the United Nations pressing on countries to really push the transitioning into the greener earth in terms of cars and other industries, including housing. And there's a lot of other industries that are part of this. This has got pillars of which are around 11 pillars that set the foundation of the green revolution. I am grateful that I came here just to share this information, because I do believe, and I've learned a lot from now and again. I come in when I've got a time to listen to other leaders speaking, and it's been very inspirational learning. We have to learn from each other in order to understand each other and also understand what we are doing and what our contribution is on this planet. we've been told that you come to this world, you get what's yours. Predominantly us, as Black people, we've been ushered into that. You come in, you say, I'm going to get what's mine. But the truth of the world is that we are here to contribute. It will not be what we took from the world that will be remembered, but what we gave to the world, the sacrifices we make to leave a better world to our children than we inherited from our ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mandla. So proud to have you with us today. As you said, the change or the green revolution is not something which is going to happen overnight, but I'm sure if we all come together, the change will happen, and we are here to contribute. Thank you so much for joining us and inspiring us with your story.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
With that, we come to the end of our powerful sustainable development session 1, and let's move on to session 2. We have 4 speakers in the session 2, and let's begin with the topic Sustainability Training, Empower Every Employee to Make a Difference by Julia Craighill. Julia is an award-winning sustainability expert and founder of Green Office Academy. Over to you, Julia Craighill, for your session.
Hello. I'm realizing I don't know why. Oh, yes. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Perfectly.
Perfect. I'm using
Yes.
Canva, which I haven't used very much, and okay, wonderful. Hello, everyone. And thanks to everyone who's pulled this together, this wonderful summit. I am learning so much. I'm in the Washington, D.C. area, and to hear all these international perspectives has really, really been wonderful. I've watched many of them. They are inspirational. So on to my session, my presentation. Here's the title, which is my basic premise. Sustainability training is the way to empower every employee to make a difference. So I'd like to start with this ancient proverb, treat the earth well. It was not given to you by your parents, it was loaned to you by your children. And I think certainly in the US, that is not a common sort of feeling. We've leveraged the happiness of future generations for our own short-term benefit for well too long, and the world is at a tipping point. I know we all know this, and we must take action now. So today's presentation, I'll make it relatively short, actually. I'm going to talk a little bit about me and my Green Office Academy, of which I'm a founder. And then I want to answer 3 questions that in one way or another, the organizers wanted us to address. And so I'm just going to go at them straight ahead, which is, why is employee training important? Why is sustainability important to business success? And what are the essential qualities for founders to be successful? Okay, so hello, I'm Julia Craighill. I have a 4-decade career I started out designing and building structures. So the timeline at the right, I have building and then consulting on the left-hand side. On the right are the various jobs that I've had. In blue, they are when I worked for other people. And then in green are my own companies. So going back, a while into my career, I got interested in LEED, which is a green building rating system. And that was 20 years ago, and it was the start of my sustainability journey, which I've been at for quite a while. As you'll see in the blue, this was after I learned about LEED, I became director of green building for a real estate company. And I did that for a while. Then I pivoted to what is known as building performance consulting, still in the building arena, and all while working for others in blue. In 2014, I decided to go out on my own. So I opened my own shop, Insight Consulting. And then my pandemic pivot, as they say, was to start the Green Office Academy. And I'll do more on that next. So the Green Office Academy is the training arm of my consulting enterprise, Insight. Both were established to promote and educate on sustainable business and building operations. So basically, it's around how can you do something with what you have right now. And with Insight Consulting, I've consulted and helped dozens of businesses, from multinational corporations to a 2-person yoga studio, on steps they can take to make their workplaces more eco-friendly. And after that, in my pandemic pivot, I decided to create courses to more widely share the lessons that I had learned. And so that's the mission of the Green Office Academy. I provide on-demand and online courses that can fit into employees' daily routine so they can learn and implement while keeping up with their work demands. And getting back to the sort of premise of my entire presentation, the training empowers employees to make a difference. Okay, so on to question 1 of 3 that I'm going to address. Why is staff training important? And I would say the answer for that is pretty simple. It's simply essential for corporate transformation. So wherever your business lies in the path to becoming a sustainable business, employee education is the way to make effective headway in sustainability, because it provides the factual knowledge to make informed decisions. And it is a factor that helps to cultivate behavior change, which is so important because sustainability is, at its basis, change management. And I think that's self-explanatory. It also enhances employee productivity, performance, and morale, and it reduces employee turnover. So lots of benefits to training. Okay, so on to question 2. Why is sustainability important to business success? I like to think of it in terms of what is known as opportunity costs. Okay, so I've identified 4 here. 1, loss of talent and buyers. Gen Z and millennials think that companies should be taking action to improve the environment. And by avoiding sustainability, companies will lose them both as employees and customers. Okay, loss number 2, or cost number 2, loss of market share. Many companies are aggressively pursuing sustainability in their products and services. They are, in the process, gaining loyal customers that are likely to stay with them over time. So others that fail to commit now will be racing to catch up later, or even considered obsolete. All right, cost or loss number 3, loss of money saved. So resources, we know we're constrained by resources such as energy and water. Resources that are used to produce products are depleting rapidly and are therefore becoming more expensive. Enterprises that find ways to reduce the use of these resources will save money now, and that savings will compound over time. And I think that's really important. The sooner you start, the sooner the long-term savings you have. And the final cost is loss of publicity and marketing. Okay, it is not easy to stand out in a crowded field, and businesses, it tends to be very crowded and hard to distinguish yourself. So promoting a company's efforts and their genuine, this is the important part, progress on sustainability will help businesses gain visibility and rise above their competitors. And it's always important to remember that if you're looking into public relations, media outlets are more likely to cover new and exciting trends over those that are more commonplace. So on to question 3, the final one. What are the essential qualities for founder success. And there's so many, but I want to touch on these that are a lot around how you portray your business to the outside world. So you've got to get out there and be brave. I am not by nature a person who likes to publicize and promote myself, but I've learned over time that I really have to do that, but I have to do it well, which really is not about focusing on me, but focusing on my customers and clients. So let me explain a little bit more. All right, first of all, number one, you have to be nimble. You have to be able to pivot when things change or what you're doing doesn't work. And I think my Green Office Academy, which has actually opened up many opportunities for me, actually on the consulting side as well as the training side, is an example of that. I knew I had to change. Don't try to be all things to all people. I see so many consultants, now I'm speaking specifically to consultants and service providers here, that yes, they can do everything. They've got a website that lists a million different things. And that ends up confusing your potential customers. What is it they really do? And who do they do it for? All right, the third, and this is the one that I find many impact people who want to make a difference really resist, which is you have to be ready to sell. And selling is not a dirty word, because what you are doing is you are solving problems. And you really have to think about that as, I have clients and customers that have a problem. I have a solution for them, and all we need to do is match up. But they'll never find me if I don't get out there and let them know what I'm doing. And it's not a distraction. It's really an essential part of your business. And it's the way to keep your business going. You've got to remember, you cannot create a better world if your business is not financially sustainable. 4, get out and provide thought leadership. And this is part of where you really have to give more than you take. So whether you provide a service or a product, educate your customers, give them more than you take. And finally, 5, understand your client's needs. It's not all about what you offer, but what they are looking for. And this is often really hard when you're super enmeshed in what you're doing and creating a quality product. I remember talking to somebody about Green Office Academy, and I kept saying, yes, I provide courses, and I do this and courses, and I do that. And my friend corrected me, and she said, you mean you do training? And it was like, yes, of course, that's the thought shift. A business isn't looking for courses, they're looking for training. And that's how you have to start thinking about your customers. So to conclude, let's connect. We can't do this alone. We need to create an ecosystem, which is what this summit is all about, which is why it's so great. And so I've got some information up there on ways that you can connect with me. So thank you very much. All done.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you so much for telling us why sustainability is important for business success, and that those who are not ready to change will be racing to catch up later, or they will be considered obsolete. Let's do it together. As you said, we all can achieve this only when we come together. Thank you for joining us and for giving us that inspiring session.
Thank you, Parna.
Next, we have a session on breaking the gender bias, focusing on gender equality, diversity, and inclusion by Senela Jayasuriya. Senela is the founder and CEO of Women Empowered Global. Over to you, Senela, for your session.
Thank you so much, Aparna, and to Santosh and the amazing organizers who are behind today's fantastic event. What a wonderful event. All right, just to confirm, you see my slide and I'm audible?
Yes, perfectly, yeah.
All right, fantastic. So hi, everybody. An absolute pleasure to join you today at this wonderful summit. So a little bit about me. I'm a leadership expert with a background in brand development and innovation. And having worked at a Fortune 100 company myself, I really get to work with aspiring women in leadership and middle management to help them create magnetic personal brands without expensive PR agencies. And I also teach professionals around the world how to fast track their career without spending years climbing the corporate ladder. I'm also the founder and CEO of Women Empowered Global. I'm also the founder of 1 Million Women in Power, as well as an innovation coaching consultancy global business. Today, I'm so excited to focus on talking about sustainable business practices as it relates to specifically breaking the gender bias as it relates to women's equality, gender equity. As you know, just hearing about my profile, my background, and the kind of work I do, it's common sense to see why I'm so passionate about this SDG focus, which is SDG 5. So looking more in depth into the kind of work that we do at Women Empowered Global, it's an organization I founded because as a founder, I noticed a gap in the system, which was needed for women to thrive, specifically in the marketplace, more impactfully, and increase the representation of women in decision-making roles. Hence, I founded Women Empowered Global, which is a global organization that empowers women around the world through education, career advancement, and entrepreneurial programs with a network reaching over 40 countries across 6 continents. Now, I want to give credit to the amazing global team that has been supporting me. If you wonder, the kind of work I do in the space of DEI and the impact we're making as a global organization, Women Empowered Global really is an ecosystem. And you've heard the phrase, no woman is an island. It takes a village, and Women Empowered Global is certainly a global community of women and allies in tech, innovation, business, corporate, and nonprofit sectors, building strong bonds, brands, and businesses. So these are focus pillars. So when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, one of the areas I specialize in is specifically lending to gender parity and women's equality. And it's so wonderful to see that even in today's summit, we have representation of so many different cultures, so many different industries, and that gets me excited. So I want to emphasize the importance of founders driving sustainable development goals through best practices and why sustainability is important to business success with respect to the domain and industry sector. Because as leaders, we come with influence. And if not us, then who? And if not now, then why? That is my mantra, even in leadership. And I tell this to people. And we talk so much about the change we want to see in this world in our lifetime. As human beings, we have a tendency to hold everyone else to a very high standard, isn't it? We appraise and praise business models that talk a lot about the triple bottom line, as it were. We love to hear business models that talk about people, planet, and profit. But then again, pointing fingers back at ourselves. I think, it's an interesting thing to think about the difference between a leader who holds positional and situational power and authority versus a conscious leader who operates out of authenticity and trust. So I want to talk more about the problem, the challenge we have as it relates to gender parity and gender equity. A quote by Alan Watts, there is a price to be paid for every increase in consciousness, but we cannot be more sensitive to pleasure without being more sensitive to pain. I want you to think about that. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I truly hope my presentation will give you more awareness and nuance about the need for diversity, equity, and inclusion as it relates to gender equity and women's equality, and the need to together break that bias and explore meaningful, sustainable best practices, which I will be sharing with you as we go along. So let's first understand, to those new to this concept or new to this language, Sunila, what is diversity, equity, and inclusion? What does it mean? Let me tell you. Diversity, equity, inclusion is a term used to describe at a policy level or at a systemic level or at a grassroots level initiatives that promote the representation of different groups of individuals, including people of different races and ethnicities, ages, abilities, who are differently abled, perhaps, genders, religions, cultures, and identities. That's what diversity, equity, and inclusion is all about. The more diverse workforce, what we advocate for is, the more inclusive workforce, what we advocate for is, the more innovative workforce for better yield. Now, what do we mean by gender bias exactly? There are so many different biases out there. To name a few, in fact, we just concluded a 4-part series on unconscious bias at our 1 Million Women in Power forum we run every Friday with leaders from around the world discussing bias, because it's a huge area. We have implicit bias as well as conscious bias. Now, again, let me help you understand more about what type of biases are out there. You might relate and resonate with some of these at a conscious level and also at a subconscious level as a founder and in leadership. You get things like affinity bias, confirmation bias, conformity bias, which runs through a cultural narrative and the compliance narrative as well. Then you get the halo effect. And what that means is, for example, having a sharply dressed co-worker who might be judged to be more competent just purely based on how they, match their colored tie to the shirt or, their clothing to the handbag, based on how sharply dressed they are. That's the halo effect. And also you get the gender bias, of course, which is the prefix of my presentation today. And then also, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, ageism, age bias is also a thing. Oh, he's too young for leadership. She's too young for leadership. She's too young to put into on a board position in a VC. As a venture capitalist firm, we can't recruit somebody into our board who's that young, who doesn't really fit the more elderly, oldest, age stereo bracket. So I want you to think about this. Then you have things like unconscious biases around name bias, believe it or not, beauty bias, height bias, crazy as it might sound, non-verbal bias. That's the non-verbal cues, how you're standing, your postures, people are interpreting your behaviors, your personality based on your physical projection, your non-verbal cues, believe it or not. Then authority bias, and also the overconfidence bias. I mean, this blows my mind when I think about the impact and influence that unconscious bias can have when it comes to decision-making, hiring, and that sort of thing. So I want you to be mindful today as a founder connected to this summit today. So I want to look at this global study I came across, friends, and that suggests that in this global study they conducted specifically around gender, it suggests a very startling revelation. Now, they conducted this gender study around the world and came to a conclusion that approximately 90% of people tend to have a bias against women. And this 90% compensates not just the men, but also the women. Even women have bias against women. Think about this, right? Because insight is clarity. Insight gives awareness. From awareness is when we get into action planning and how we can make changes for the better. So globally, close to 50% of men said they had a more right to a job than women. Now, that could attribute itself to so many different things. It could be the cultural narrative, it could be the upbringing, it could be the nature, nurture, mix of things, it could be the company culture, just different narratives there. But I'm just throwing out data points for you, which will build the business case, the humanitarian case, the sustainability SDG lens of a case to say, hey, it's a human right issue here. And as I go along, you will also learn that it's also an economic right to a company to have more gender parity at decision-making levels and across the board. Then in this study, they also included that women in political roles, there is a gender gap there as well. According to this report, about half of the world's men and women feel that men would make better political leaders. Think about that. Then I can go on. Women in the labor market. Women are paid less than men and are much less likely to be in senior positions. Globally, hear this, 40% of people thought men are better suited as business executives. Think about this. I want to reinforce this further to tell you, what's really happening out there, because perception also influences decision making. I want you to think about that as founders in the room today. So how can we then reduce this gender gap? It makes absolute economic sense. There's a powerful business case here to reduce gender gap, to break that gender bias. World Economic Forum published data that suggested that companies with more women on boards perform better. Companies with strong female leadership delivers over 30% higher return on equity. But why are we still seeing this gap? Women in the workplace, let me tell you about the problem. Research suggests that more than half of the women at the VP level had a tendency to hold staff roles, not line roles. What are line roles that are occupied predominantly by men? Line roles are those positions with direct responsibility to profit and loss in a business. Line roles are the positions in companies, in any scale, that get succession into decision-making positions. Now, that is where ideally we need an equal representation, and we need more gender diversity, we need more women populated. But unfortunately, we can see that about 2/3 of women in large companies start in these line positions, but subsequently, C-suite, when they reach C-suite, it gets reversed back into staff roles. Now, this is data insight for you. This is to create awareness. There is an absolute business case to break that bias as it relates to gender, and we need to see more diversity in decision-making capacity. So as the quote suggests here, if we truly want to hold hands on this mission to talk about sustainability, sustainable SDG 5 practices as it relates to closing this gender gap, challenging those destructive narratives, we need to look at what these gaps are. You get the degree gap when it comes to the academia side, you have the employment hiring gap, you have the retention gap, you have the founders gap, less women are in decision-making positions in VCs. Then you have the gender pay gap. On average, a woman in STEM earns 87% of what a man earns. Then talking about the retention gaps, women seek promotions less, they have succession less, they often stall in lower level positions and feel stagnant in careers. So I want you to think about that. So what are some solutions? What are some best practices? Reskilling, and that big fraction of women who leave the workforce to take care of the family and their children, how do we reskill them and get them back into the workforce? Powerful. That's sustainable as a best practice. How can we think about that? Then talk to women and girls and engage them more in policies and forums like this. How can we stop child marriage? Did you know that 1 in 5 girls are still married under 18 years in our generation? Think about that. This is happening before us. Raise aspirations of girls and parents. I know a lot of the South Asia regions, right? By and large, baby girls are raised to get married. Baby boys are raised to start a business. There's a paradigm shift there. Educate the parents, get women more into power positions. And as founders, we have a responsibility to be the change we want to see. And not just focus on results, but also focus on net contribution and impact. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to remind you is a powerful call to action. I don't like to end keynotes unless I've given a very powerful call to action. And I like to call this my 4 C's as it relates to sustainability as founders connecting around the world. Number 1, the first C, get clarity on how you can sharpen your lens on sustainability. Transformation starts with self-awareness. As a founder, go out there, do an audit on your own business, do an audit on your leadership decision making. How many of them include the SDG? Think about that. So get clarity. Number 2, choose to challenge the status quo. Number 3, look at collaborations that would be a strategic fit to enhance your goals as a founder on sustainability. And finally, number 4, communicate and gain clout from your key stakeholders to make that sustainable difference. So in closing, I want to leave you with this beautiful Dalai Lama quote: love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Without them, humanity cannot survive. If you want to learn more about implementing DEI programs in your organization, designing a DEI performance matrix, feel free to connect with me. You see the QR code above to the right, and I would love to hear from you. And with that, I pass the talking stick back to the wonderful Aparna. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senila, for that very informative and powerful session about breaking the gender bias. I hope this makes our listeners realize and think about the biases they have, especially their unconscious bias against women. As women, we all have faced it at some point or another, and we have failed to make people understand it is a bias that is working. Let's start working together to break this bias, because as you quoted rightly, if not we, then who? If not now, then when? What a powerful statement. This is what makes us go on every day as we wake up. Thank you so much, Anila, for that very powerful presentation. CSR and SDGs. Are they married or engaged? Let's listen to another powerful session by Rupali Ramesh Patel. Rupali is the founder and chief impact officer at Global Synergizers. Over to you, Rupali, for your session. Rupali, you have to unmute yourself. I think you are speaking. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aparna. Thank you for letting me know about mute part also. And thank you for having me over here. Senila made some really good point about gender biases, and her presentation was really very powerful. So that brings put more responsibility on me to inspire more people in that way. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Rupali. Okay, I'll just share my screen. Second. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. You can put it on full screen. Your play, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, perfect.
So, hello everyone. My name is Rupali. I'm founder of Global Synergizers. Global Synergizers is a CSR and sustainability advisory. When Global Synergizers was conceptualized, it was conceptualized with the thought that we don't want people to work in silos, because sustainability or the global warming or climate action, these are like the bombs ticking, and you need to be at the forefront of it, and all of us have to be together. We can't run on different dimensions, or we cannot run towards a similar goal in silos, right? So Global Synergizers was more or less conceptualized on a part that it is not a concept of I, but it is a concept of we, where we come together. Corporate social responsibility and sustainable development goals. These are the topics I really love talking about. I talk about them every time I meet my clients. So you'll wonder why the topic is, are they engaged or married? I mean, there's always a question of, do they have to walk together or do they have to walk separately? And that's the reason I thought, I was just talking to my friend and I asked her, are they soulmates? Because they never end up always meeting each other. They sometimes are separate and they sometimes are together. So I asked, are they soulmates? And she said, the better will be, are they engaged or married? And that's how the topic came into existence. So moving on, these are the topics that I'll be touching my base on to walk you through whether the CSR and SDGs have moved together and why we should bring them together if you have still not thought about having them together. And that is the aim of this presentation, or me speaking over here. So the topics, so evolutionary sequence of sustainable development goals. SDGs was started way back in 1987 when it was first time sustainable development as a terminology was defined. So the United Nations report, it defined development as some development. When you look at sustainable development, it means the development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. And I think this comes from the part where we always speak about every time we take the resources, it's not ours to take, but it is of our children's and their children's. Basically, it belongs to them, and whatever we take we are taking from them. So that's how I believe even the terminology must have been defined, that it is not meeting the need of the present. It should meet the need of the present, but without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. 10 years later, in 1997, global reporting initiatives were formed. I think most of you might be aware about Global Reporting Initiative. It's a very good standard to measure how your organization is basically working on various indicators. In 2002, during World Summit in Johannesburg, again, this definition of sustainable development was extended, where they said that it's not only about the environmental aspect, but you cannot work only on the planet and leave people behind, because poverty is the real challenge. Gender biases is still existing. So you have to bring in social inclusion and economic development. Businesses should not look at working on these aspects as the cost centers. They should understand that only when environment is thriving and people are developing, basically their market is growing, that is when businesses are going to grow. So environmental aspect, social inclusion and economic development has to come when we are talking about sustainable development. In 2011, Sustainable Accounting Standards Board was created. Basically, the idea was to develop and disseminate sustainability accounting standards. In 2013, we got our International Integrated Reporting Council. It has a framework based on concept of multi-capital to support the integration of financial and pre-financial data. And finally, in 2015, it was a time when UN had a historic summit, and we call it historic summit because that is the time we got our sustainable development goals with 17 objectives and 169 targets. But what makes it historic is not just setting these goals and targets, but the way countries participated in it, and countries promised to achieve these goals. And that is what is making this summit a historic summit. Now, this has been what Sustainable Development Goals has been, and to 2030 agenda for Sustainable Development Goals was said. I believe this, when we say 2030 agenda for sustainable development, we realize that we only have 8 years left with us now to achieve those targets. And that brings me to the point of corporate social responsibility. So here you can see a chart of how corporate social responsibility and corporate sustainability, they have evolved. In one diagram you can see, and I'll explain why I've got it like this. So corporate social responsibility as a terminology was defined in 1953 by Bowen. What he said at that time was that businesses basically have to work for the development of people, and it was fair. The reason being, businesses take a lot from the ecosystem, right? They are taking a lot of resources, and when they are taking a lot of resources, it is only fair that they give it back. So over the period of time, as you see, 1973, 1979, the approach and theory changed, where it moved from being a resource-based theory to it moved to an institutional theory, and finally to the stakeholder theory part. And in 1987, as we see, the corporate sustainability came into existence. And from then on, corporate social responsibility and sustainability have co-evolved, as we can see. And today, various businesses are trying to align their corporate social responsibility strategy. So their CSR strategy, their sustainability strategy with their business strategies. So the question is there an alignment, and how do you think there is an alignment? So CSR and SDGs, they both focus on 3 common pillars. That is people, planet, and profit. So social capital, the natural resource capital, and ultimately the profit part, which is the economic impact. So CSR and SDG both are focusing on these 3 pillars. And if you see, they together create a very powerful model for sustainable growth. And how do they do that? So Sustainable Development Goals has a very set framework, right? We have 17 objectives, 169 targets. So it's a very clear framework. And corporate social responsibility, or corporates basically can align their social responsibility part along with these development goals. This can help them be a more sustainable organization because their sustainability strategy will also get aligned. And their business objectives can also be met while they are doing so. Why corporates? Why we again and again talk about corporate? Because corporate have huge amount of resources to do that along with government. Other than government, it is the corporate who can actually bring in the financial capital. as well as the organizational capital, basically, to bring about the skill set, to bring about this kind of development. Now, if you look back over here, the way CSR has evolved, in India, basically, India is the only country where corporate social responsibility is mandatory for corporates. So businesses have to spend 2% of their profit for development of the society. And there is a very defined structure, a proper defined structure for it to fulfill this mandate. Indian CSR regulation came into existence in 2013, and sustainable development goals were defined in 2015. So if you see, they were around the same time, and together they have a sustainable growth model, because SDGs 17 objectives and India's CSR's thematic development areas, they kind of overlap each other. If you look at Schedule 7 from Section 135, and you look at SDGs 17 objectives, you will see there is a lot of overlap between them. So basically what corporate, it's very simple. What corporate have to do, or businesses have to do, is they have to put their activities or Schedule 7 along with the SDGs, and tada, they are done. So SDGs give you a very defined targets to reach and goalpost, and CSR basically is the mode to reach there. I have given examples in two sets. One is where the examples of rest of the world, an example from India. Both have worked wonderfully. I've tried to identify organizations who are doing some amazing work out there. So I'll just walk you through it. Johnson and Johnson, their initiatives, corporate social responsibility, these are all CSR initiatives. All initiatives range from leveraging the power of the wind to providing safe water to the communities around the world. So if you see, power of the wind to the community and even safe water, this align with our SDG goals, right? The company is continuously seeking out renewable energy option because they aim to have 100% of its energy needs from renewable sources. And that, as a consumer, makes me believe that Johnson & Johnson is thinking more on the lines of sustainability, where they are realizing that planet has only so much and they need to really think of alternative form of energy. As a CSR professional, that makes me more excited because of the way they have aligned their CSR and their sustainability strategy along with their business objectives, because their consumers are watching this, their consumers are learning from this, and their consumers, the brand loyalty is basically increasing because of this. Because we use a lot of Johnson & Johnson products, if they are not conscious organization, I might decide to move and shift to another organization. So that's how consumers are looking at it. Google, we all use Google, but how many of us know that actually Google had a highest CSR score in 2018 because their data centers were using on 50% less energy than others in the world, and they have also committed over $1 billion to renewable energy projects. They are also inspiring other organizations to reduce their environmental impact through their services such as Gmail. And apart from this, Google has some really wonderful models which are working for non-profits. So they have a very good CSR initiative, which is working on the environment aspect, which is working for the people, and they're also working to enable the ecosystem by improving the skill sets of non-profit organizations, which are working on the ground for the people. Bosch, they have, with an aim to reduce their ecological footprint, basically their 400 locations are now climate neutral. So they have worked on their climate action, water usage, and circular economy. And now they are focusing on reducing their upstream and downstream by 15% in 2030. Lego, the moment we hear about Lego, we think about the plastic. They have invested, or they are planning to invest. They're planning to invest over $400 million in next 3 years to accelerate their efforts in sustainability, where their primary focus is to phase out the single-use plastic packaging. They are also planning to use paper bags in boxes. They are also trying to create more zero waste and become carbon neutral. Ford is planning to, their mission is to build a better world where everyone is free to move and pursue their dreams. So they have invested in electrification, and their aim is for their vehicles to be carbon neutral by 2050. So when you look at all their aims, their activities, you realize that more and more organizations are aligning their corporate social responsibility with sustainable development goals. Here are a few of the Indian examples from the Indian companies. Godrej Consumer Products Limited, they spent around 34 crores in financial year 2021, where the entire budget was allocated for long-term livelihood recovery programs, achieving zero waste to landfill and water positivity. Now, this organization is 100% extended producer responsibility compliant. They also have the post-consumer plastic packaging waste equivalent to the plastic packaging they send out. And they also have A rating in climate disclosure. When you look at all this, you realize that they are working very aggressively towards making their organization more sustainable, adherent to SDGs. Tata Chemicals, they have spent over 21 crores, where one of their project was on with farmers for capacity building, for livestock management through digital and physical interaction. Another was working with the artisans and connecting them to the marketplace. Third was about greening program, where they have planted over 1 lakh mangroves across various sites. So when you look at this entire bouquet of their activities, you realize that they are working with farmers. They are working to ensure that livestock management becomes more interesting because it is through digital and physical interaction. So more young energy is also getting associated with it. They are trying to ensure that artisans' work is reaching consumer. So it is. They also have. They are empowering rural women, and they're also working on the greening part, where mangroves are very important. So you realize that they are working with the people. They are working on the aspect of the planet, and at the end of the day, everybody knows that Tata is the most favored brand always, because of the work they have been doing, not just since the CSR is mandated, but even much before that. ITC Limited has spent over 353 crores, and the entire program was focusing on social forestry program, where they have greened over 30,000 acres of land. And they also are responsible for collection of quantum of dry waste, which was over 70,000 metric tons. Vedanta, they have spent around 331 crores in agriculture, rural development, water, energy, and carbon management. Tata Power Limited, they have a program where they are trying to enable access of reliable and renewable electricity for 25 million Indians. So if you look at both the slides and 10 odd organizations that I have presented over here, they are all working and they are all focused on driving their corporate social responsibility along with SDGs. Now, while they are doing it, we have to understand that why they are doing it and why more organizations should do it. So the whole aspect is that organizations are realizing that they are creating a footprint which has the impact on environment, their internal employee communities, and the greater societal sphere. They completely understand that. They do understand that they ignore this side of it, and ecosystem is slowly disintegrating, then it is impacting their market, it is impacting their profits. But more than that, they are also realizing that consumers are realizing this. Consumers are more aware now, and that is why organizations are becoming more conscious. And not just consumer, their internal customers, which are their employees, they are also more aware of this now. So talent acquisition, customer acquisition, everything is working. And more than that, you will realize that most of the organizations are talking about becoming carbon neutral, because huge amounts of are being invested in getting carbon credits, because investors want that. So these organizations are understanding what all their stakeholders are need, and that is why they are aligning, they are ensuring. And it is a smart thing to do, actually, to align your CSR with your SDGs and with your sustainability strategy, because there is a huge amount of fund which you can just give away as a charity, which you can just think about as a cost center. But the smartest thing would be to actually think about how it can impact the people internally as well as externally, how it can impact the planet. And at the end of the day, you are surviving in that planet, so how it can impact the business. Why SDGs? Because SDG is like a guiding light, it's like a mentor, it's like a teacher out there who has a set framework and you can just follow it. And it is beyond CSR, but it is dependent because it needs the goodwill and financial contributions of the corporates. So it's basically, it's like an alliance that they both need each other. And that is the reason you need to align it. Now, how do you go about it? I mean, if we want to take a deep dive into it, I am sure these 15 minutes are not enough for it. But I can just give you a small example. The best which I thought, Target, the organization Target, basically what they did with their CSR strategy was, they are, first of all, they have divided their activities into 4 sections: products, their team, which is their employees, communities, which is the surrounding neighborhood, and the planet. So their aim was to ensure that they are inspiring solutions which are better living. The products team, they wanted to ensure that they are valuing their each team member. And like Selena said, like gender biases are there. So as a woman, you face a lot of difficulty in a whether you are in a corporate, whether you are out there in the world, whether you are visiting conferences, professionally, personally, you are facing those biases. So valuing each team member irrespective of gender biases is the thing that they are focusing on. And communities, because strengthening our neighborhood actually strengthens us. So they are focusing on that part. Planet, driving positive impact. And what they have done is, once they have identified the activities, they are aligned it with the sustainable development goals, as you can see. So apart from Target, there are various other organizations, but top of the mind, the one organization and their model I have always liked is Salesforce. They have 1:1:1 model. And this model is about product, people, and profit. So what they do is 1% of their product, 1% of their people's time, and 1% of their profit basically goes into the development sector. Basically, so what they do is 1% of their product, which is their solutions, they are giving it the subscription they are giving to non-profits, so that non-profits can manage their projects well. Then 1% of their people's time, so they have very nicely planned employee volunteering programs. This basically helps not just non-profit build their skill set, but it also helps the employees feel valued, because then they feel that their social purpose is getting met. Because we all have aspiration, we all feel that we want to do something. Sometimes we are limited because of various factors, because of which we cannot actively be part of the development sector. But then this is a very good way to get your employees to also be more compassionate. So employee volunteering also helps them develop and be more empathetic towards each other even. So employee volunteering is a good way, basically. Then communities, obviously, so they're 1% of their profit, that is the funds that they do give to corporates for these projects. So this is the way you can align your CSR with SDGs. And if you want to take a deep dive, I'll be always open to have a broader discussion beyond this presentation. And our responsibility as a founder is to inspire more people to walk the talk. So it is not just about what I'm doing or what I'm passionate about, but it is more about, is my organization more aligned to sustainable development goals? Am I inspiring more people to join over here? So that plays a role, because as an employee, sometimes you have a limited ability to impact or to do few things. But as a founder of an organization, you have a much more bigger power. And with that power, definitely there is a responsibility to go beyond and inspire more people to get on this bandwagon. So that is what as a founder, I feel our responsibility is. I thank you so much, and I hope this presentation has helped you understand like why CSR has to be aligned with sustainable development goals and why it is so necessary to do it. Anytime you want to brainstorm, I'm available on LinkedIn and you can reach out to me over there. Thank you so much. And thank you GCPIT. Thank you Santosh for organizing this platform, because last 2 days and even today, we are on day 3 and it has been like a fireworks of listening to all the opinions, listening to all the learnings, getting all the learnings and the amazing amount of work which is happening around the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rupali, for that excellent session on the connection between corporate social responsibility and sustainable development goals, and also letting us know that together they can provide a powerful model for sustainable growth. I hope the listeners learned from the examples you shared of the business giants like Google, Ford, and Lego, and hope they take inspiration and start taking action towards sustainability in their organizations too. Thank you so much for that excellent session. Decoding legislative changes in regards to physician licensing, mental health, healthcare, and women in medicine. Next, we have a session on this topic by Kelly Stretcher. Kelly Stretcher is the co-founder and president of Patient Care Heroes. Over to you, Kelly Stretcher, for your session.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm just getting my lovely screen shared with all of you. And I know that time is critical, so I will be, can you guys see that?
Not yet.
Okay. I apologize. It never fails when you're like, okay, 911, hurry up. You know what I mean? That's like when the problem is. Well, I can kind of start. I'll just start because I don't want to hold us up because I know we've got such critical timing here. So my focus is really on healthcare sustainability, and our biggest asset in healthcare are people, right? And so the issue that we're facing right now is how we're treating our individuals is not something that we can continue with long term. And I know everyone has their own challenges in healthcare. When I talk to people from around the world, I think our issues in some ways are worse, but in a lot of ways mirror what everyone's facing, unfortunately. And you know, some of the things that we want to talk about in this session particularly is mental health challenges that people are facing, how we're structuring our leadership so that we can make sure that we're sustainable going forward, what we can do to kind of combat some of these issues that we have. And I think the challenge that we have as physicians and nurses and healthcare workers is being able to bridge the gap and having people that have the leadership positions to make the changes. So again, I apologize that my slides aren't, for whatever reason, wanting to share my screen, but we'll just get rolling. So when I was, a med student resident, I think the biggest thing is we all see the racism and the sexism that are really intrinsic into the American healthcare system. And if you speak up, you are put down, you are, kind of cast aside, you need to fit in the hierarchy. And that is a huge unhealthy, toxic work environment trait that we all learn to deal with in the healthcare system. And so as we're kind of moving forward, I think a lot of us assume that it's going to get better when we get out of training. And very unfortunately, when we get out of training, it persists. And the data shows that women, unfortunately, we're not up for the promotions. We're not up for the leadership positions. We're not up for the awards like our male counterparts are. Only about 12% of healthcare system CEOs are women, right? And so this trickles down in terms of how we are treated. And I will tell you, we have a lot of issues with harassment, assault, and discrimination in the workplace. And unfortunately, this is something that we're going to have to work on legislative-wise because systems are not propelled forward to work on these issues themselves. I know when I was part of a health system, I worked for 2 years to try to get a safe reporting structure in place. And very unfortunately, it wasn't deemed necessary or of compelling value to allow that to happen. And when you look at the shortage of physicians, we're approximating about 130,000 physicians are going to be short in the next 5 years. We're looking at 1 in 3 physicians that are in rural America leaving. we're estimating about 75% of healthcare workers leaving in the next 5 years, and about 90% of bedside nurses leaving bedside in the next year, we're not going to have a workforce to march along with, right? And so when we look at how can we change this path, how can we fix this, how can we be more sustainable, we really need to focus on our staff. And the fact that we haven't been able to have insight into this is really alarming. And I don't know if anyone has watched the news lately, but very sadly, there was a nurse who died by suicide this week at the hospital during a shift, right? She worked half a shift and died by suicide at Kaiser Permanente from a gunshot wound. And this is how sick our system is basically the hospital kind of carried on as, as status quo. Meanwhile, we have this entire group of individuals who is probably traumatized by the suicide. And in the US healthcare system, we often have suicides. Unfortunately, physicians and nurses are at a lot higher risk, and we don't really do anything to help support them and help them grieve. And so that's one of the reasons why I had started Patient Care Heroes with my co-founder Naveen Goyal, and that is to help get mental health care access to our healthcare workers, because we really have a deficit in that. So when we look at what the needs are, there's been some legislation that's come out recently, which has been quite helpful. So I don't know if anyone also followed the news with Corey Feist and the Breen Foundation, but the Breen Foundation was created because very sadly, he lost his sister-in-law, Lorna Breen, in the first wave of COVID in New York City. And so he created this foundation, and they were able to pass the Breen Act, which is really focusing on kind of like the initial steps for things that we need to do legislative wise. So we have more funding, we have more ability to do research, we have more ability to focus on evidence-based tools to help with burnout, depression, anxiety, and physician suicide. Now, I think that it's a wonderful start. However, a lot of people are kind of saying, okay, well, that's it, right? I think a lot of people are feeling like they've met like their quota of caring for healthcare workers, when unfortunately we have a long way to go. And this is more the funding proposition than the actual moving forward with the resources that we need. And so that's a huge mismatch. And I know a lot of my predecessors on this meeting talked about the gender bias in healthcare. As I've gone through training and practice, I was surprised to realize how bad the gender gaps are in healthcare, because I thought, okay, well, healthcare cares for everybody, right? Especially in OBGYN, which is my field, and there's over 80% of us are women. However, people are discriminated against for breastfeeding. People are discriminated against for having kids. People are not in the leadership roles, even in women's health, right? And so these are the things that we really have to bridge this gap on, because I know, again, we're not going to be sustainable as a workforce. The other issue is we lose women. And before the pandemic, there was about 40% of women left the workforce or went part-time by the time they were 6 years out of residency. So for someone to commit $200,000+ to training and their whole life to get through training, and then just kind of pull the plug after a couple of years, you know that the culture is pretty bad. And so with all of that data and all of the information we have, you would think that it would be pretty intuitive for us to make these changes. And unfortunately, it feels like this wave of people trying to push on systems that are unwilling to make the changes. And I know that a lot of people feel that way with their organizations and their roles as well. And that's why we have these other organizations to help us, right? So other things out there like Beyond Physician, another organization that I'm working with, is an organization to try to help physicians so that we don't have the burnout and the non-sustainability and everything like that. Because what's going to happen is if we can't support these teams, we will continue to lose people, and then we will not function. And the most horrible result is the suicide, right? And so in my hometown, we lost 3 young moms with kids under 10 to physician suicide. And it was because of the bullying culture, right? And so if we don't get in there and change those things, then we're never going to move forward. So some of the things that are in the works, we definitely need a third-party reporting system for some of these things, like discrimination and assault and harassment in the workplace. So we're working on an ability to have a non-biased, objective outside organization to be able to see these, because there is definitely bias in how we handle men versus women physicians, men versus women nurses. For example, in the state of Minnesota, there have been men who unfortunately were, sexual predators and known to the Minnesota Medical Board, and they were able to keep their license. However, on the other side, if women sought mental health resources, sometimes they were put on probation and kind of seen as outliers, right? So the bias in terms of how we handle things is very real here. And so we need to be able to combat that issue. We need to be able to have objective individuals who can make sure that we're holding people accountable that need to be held accountable. And so that is definitely an important piece. But we also need to handle this burnout issue. And so that's why organizations like Physician Just Equity and Beyond Physician and Patient Care Heroes all have resources so that we can meet these needs. However, it's definitely going to take a significant amount of time for us to kind of turn the tide on this and make sure that we can support people the way they need to be supported. And I really do believe that it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, sadly. And I know that I was just kind of word vomiting a lot of stuff since I didn't have my slides, but I think technically my time is up, and I just wanted to thank everyone for the chat, and I'm obviously happy to chat about any of these issues going forward. And I'm sorry I have a 7-year-old in the background who wanted to come in and out if that happened on your screens too. So I apologize.
Thank you so much, Kelly Stretcher, for stressing the importance of mental health. And though we all know it's a serious issue, we take mental health for granted till it reaches a serious situation where suicides happen. And it was shocking to know that the gender biases exist in the medical healthcare as well. So let's take this discussion forward. Let's work together to end these biases. And thank you so much for joining us and letting us know about this serious issue.
Thanks
Let's
so
keep
much.
the conversation going.
I can send slides over too, because there's a lot of good data for people to review on that too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And with that, we come to the end of our powerful sustainable session 2. And let's now move on to session 3. Listen and learn more from our next set of speakers. Actually, all these things are really disturbing to me. In session 3, we have 5 speakers. We begin with the session with Dr. Rita Kagatisha, founder and CEO of UMA. She is going to talk about the importance of diversity, inclusion, and equality in creating sustainable societies. Over to you, Dr. Rita, for your session.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm just going to share my screen. And if you can see that, if you can just give me a quick thumbs up.
Yes, you can put it on full screen. Yeah.
Yep, you see that now?
Right.
Okay,
yes,
perfect, great. Well, I actually sat in and watched some of the remaining of day 2, and what a phenomenal conversation and landscape we had today. So today I'm going to talk about, start off the presentations, we're talking about the importance of diversity, inclusion, and equality in creating these sustainable societies that we've just spoken about. So this is a brief agenda of the session for today. We're going to look briefly at what is sustainability all about. So some of it will be recap from what we've just heard, but it's good to hear that and reinforce these information. Then we're going to look about why sustainable is important to business success and tackle it from more of a diverse and inclusion perspective. Then I'll talk to you a bit about an overview of UMA and how my company is trying to fulfill exactly the criteria that I'll be presenting above that. And then we'll talk about some key learnings and how we as individuals, as founders, as citizens can implement some of these best practices going forward. So let's start with sustainability and just recap really on what we heard about today. So I love to think about it as, what can we do to do better in the world about us? How can we make the world sustainable, a better place for all of us as global citizens and everyone that shares the air that we will breathe in. So one of the ways is to help the community. This is everything that all of us as citizens can do in the world around us. Help the environment. That's another one there. So we help the community, we help the environment. And this is something that, you don't have to be a business leader, you don't have to be a professional, you can be anybody that can do these things, right from the age when you're born onwards until you become older in society. It's something that is usually mission driven. So when you think of something that is a mission driven company, when you think of something that is, what is the purpose that we're doing, that's what you want to be thinking of in terms of how can we really be sustainable and focused in helping our planet around us. Globalization, bringing cultures together. This is actually quite important when we talk about diversity and inclusion. We are a global world. One thing that the pandemic has taught us is how we can actually all be brought together much more because in different ways, and because of the fact we can do remote sessions like today's, and how much easier it's becoming of that. So we are global citizens. We don't just think about our own little communities that we live in, but we think of a wider community and the wider world around us. And this is what globalization helps to bring about us too. There are several volunteer projects that we can all take part in as well. And this could be so many different examples of exercises, projects, missions that we can help around the world into. One of them is corporate sponsorship. So there are companies around us, and I know some of the talks today did speak a little bit about corporate sponsorship as one angle, and that is a big angle that can make quite an impact as well on how can we help and do things in the world around us. And then ultimately, we want to think about how can we be economically efficient. And we'll talk about the 3 Ps a little bit later on, but this is something that drives us all together. Ultimately, you can't just have one facet without having the others, and it all goes around in a cyclical sort of way. And this is why we think about the efficiency, how we can help the community, how we can come together as a globalization in order to do that. So why is this also vital to business success that we just talked about here? Well, for one, if you are a company, it improves trust with your customers, with anyone that works for you, whether it's investor, whether it's your client base, and at the same time, you protect the environment while doing so. But the word trust is a key element there, because that's something that ultimately is something that, your consumers believe in. And when you have that belief, that trust, that's when you can actually further your mission further even more. There are lots of short and long-term benefits as well. And we will delve a little bit further into that. A lot of people, when you think of the word sustainability, you think about, okay, what can I do right now in this day and age? Well, ultimately, sustainability is a long-term benefit. Isn't something that just impacts our generation that we're in, but it impacts the future. And I think that is something that we need to really focus on, that how can we not just make a better place for ourselves, but really pave the future forward for the other generations coming after us too. One way of this short and long-term benefits that we've just spoken about is energy. How can we consume? We just had Earth Day a week or so ago, and that was an excellent example of energy efficiency, where we saw countries around the world have times where they just switched off electricity, switched off power, turned off water for an hour or so in the day, and actually made that effort to do so. And that was just one example of how everyone can be reminded of little things that we can do and the big impact that can have as well. You get a competitive advantage. In businesses these days, you get tax breaks and you get tax credits, and you get opportunities to really fulfill what you're doing as a business to build your profits, but you get more of an advantage if you do this while maintaining sustainability. Ultimately, you can reduce your costs as well. When you are sustainable, you get something back for what you're giving out. So ultimately, even though you might initially put a bit of an investment in to make it sustainable, you can actually get benefit coming back out. And that's important to notice as well. So ultimately, why do we do this? It's really to meet the needs of our customers and shareholders in your businesses, but you don't actually deplete natural resources. And if some companies still do that, how would you find out ways to actually put more trees and resources in place to really replete these resources at the same time? And this is all part of that sustainability, vital to business success equation. So I know we talked about this today, so everyone should probably know this by now. What are the 3 Ps that we talk about of sustainability, of corporate social responsibility? Well, we talked about people. When you impact people, when you impact every citizen, global citizens in the world around us, whether it's from children, from educational resources, to folks who are education, the future change makers, to folks that are our age and onwards. It's really everybody that gets impacted with a 3P. How are we helping the people around us? How ultimately are we helping the planet as well? Are we doing it through waste and pollution reduction processes? Are we doing it through other methods of, keeping green resources, or watching out for the kind of paper usage that we have? Or what are we doing with other resources around us? That's really how we can protect the planet as well. And then profit. If we are talking about businesses, I have a startup myself, well, not a startup anymore, but I have a small business myself. How am I doing? What am I doing with my profits if I'm in business to ultimately getting adequate returns that can help and fulfill the sustainability and mission-driven equation of us? So again, and I like to think of this as mantra almost, you think of people, planet, profit, people, planet, profit. That's ultimately what you're thinking about. It's not just a big business goal. It's not even a small business goal. It's an individual goal. We as people can always think about what are we doing in our daily lives to make sure people, planet, and profit get fulfilled. And it's really as simple as that. So when we look at why sustainability is important to business success and how that ultimately helps diversity and inclusion, let's progress to the next part of the slides now. So when we look at sustainability in business, we think around the world. Now, we've spoken about global citizenship already, and I've already alluded to the fact that the pandemic has actually, in some ways, helped citizens come together. We all share the same problems. We all see we're working together to find solutions. And that is something that ultimately brings together the diverse cultures that we have and ultimately makes all our communities work together as one. And that is something very important to note. It's also important to know when you're thinking about sustainability in business that you ensure that all stakeholders feel valued and included. And that is the key to know, that all stakeholders, because when you talk about the inclusion aspect, quite often you think of, folks in one area of business or one industry or one part of the world or one age bracket or one gender, and others get forgotten. But it's important to know when you think about sustainability, when we think of the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals, it's really for all citizens, all stakeholders to feel equally valued and included in this, and we all work together to get that. When you are looking at a business, you've got to try and make it self-regulating. When you talk about the greater good, what do we mean? Well, it's a business that you can have quite often international, because you have different facets involved or different people from different stories around the world that they've brought with them to your company, but ultimately it's thinking about the greater good. And then what you are doing by sustainability is you're helping a company becoming socially accountable. I know this was talked about in one of the past talks as well today, that it's not just about what you are doing. How are you being accountable? How are you being answerable to your generation, to future generations as well? And that is a big key as well. This is something that you are doing for the greater good. I like to equate it to what I call the decency quotient. That is something that you're not doing for yourself, but you're doing for the betterment, the genuine betterment of others. So that's really, really paired in quite nicely here. And some examples of this, and you might see and think about examples yourself, think about who you know in your lives that are philanthropists, work towards giving to charitable organizations. They might be advocacy specialists, activists, or they might be volunteers in your local communities, your local schools, your local, whatever's around you, industries, being really involved in that community level at your ethically oriented practices, wherever you look. And I'm sure we can all think of at least a handful of people that we can, straight away think of, but it's these sort of modalities that we're really thinking about in terms of who the folks are that we want to pitch ourselves on. So some of these categories that we talked about, what are these businesses? Well, some of them are governmental organizations, and they're, intergovernmental organizations. You have governments and you have lots of organizations within that, how they all work and bond together. Then you have international organizations that are not to do with the government, that are always doing sustainable fields there for you. Then you have multinational enterprises as well. So multinationals we've spoken about already today, but these are where companies have offices, local offices in many, many different countries, continents around the world, all to do with the sustainable development goal that we're talking about. So when we think about international companies, we're talking about, why do we do this? Open borders, you can modernize and you can monetize customer exchanges there. You can also reduce trade barriers around the world. And this is very important to know when you're trying to be sustainable. This is one way of doing it, by helping each other across barriers as well. It also encourages cultures and communities to come together. And this is really how we bring it all together with diversity and inclusion. So when we talk about these sort of companies and why you do it, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my company, UMA. So I set up UMA almost 6 years ago now, and it really is a company that really has a footprint all over the world now. We are headquartered in New York City, where I live, but we do have offices and our folks really all in different parts of the world now. And we are mission driven. We think of people first. We do talk about, strategic diversity and inclusion. We have a consultancy that really helps and specializes with mentoring and coaching and corporate training to help build confidence, success, and resilience in women, youth, and minorities around the world. So we have the people part right there. How are we impacting? What is our mission driven? How are we helping the planet? We're working around the planet to spread our word in the sustainable mission. And ultimately, we're a business. So this is how we're using those profits to do good and help people around the world. And if you think about how that impacts the different SDGs, just directly what the work that UMA does supports education with youth, women, education, and also partnerships around the world. So SDGs 4, 5, 8, and 7, just as examples there. So that's just scratching the surface of an example of my own company, of how we are a sustainable company and what are we doing around the world, and constantly being accountable to different citizens in this job. And some examples of citizens, the people around the planet that we help in order to do good to different areas. So a couple of key learnings that we've picked up really from UMA and the work I've done is that when you set up a company, it's very important when you want to be sustainable to make sure you keep measuring your impact and your return on investment early on. It's great setting up a business plan and doing it, but how are you measuring and being accountable to yourself? Be prepared to listen to feedback. So many companies, especially small ones, when you set up, you can be resistant. It's natural. It's your baby that you set up for the first time. But being cognizant and listening to feedback can really, really help drive that a long way. Always adapt to your local and your market laws. So that's really how you know what the latest in the regulations for sustainability is. Don't be scared of forming synergistic partnerships. So many times when I see businesses form, you want to do it alone. I totally understand that. But where there are partnerships, where there are synergies, definitely feel free to hold hands, because then you can achieve that much more in this relationship. Be consistent in your goal, your aim, your mission, and be prepared to pivot. One thing I learned during the pandemic in particular was that you've got to pivot with the times, with your market, to maintain sustainability. And just to really tie everything together, that in order to help the people, the planet, and your profit, sustainability is a long-term goal. It's not just for now, it's not just for tomorrow, it's for the entire future, and it's for the entire generations. So on that note, I wanted to thank you again for the presentation. And I'll hand it back to you, Aparna. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rita Kakadisha, for that excellent session. As you said, sustainability is vital for business success, and we should really focus on people, profit, and planet as a mantra. And let us focus on long-term while talking about sustainability. And I think you are doing an amazing job too. Thank you so much, Rita, for that excellent session. Success Energy, activate your energy to lead, engage, and transform. Next, we have a session with a focus on lifelong learning, UNSDG 4 by Tanya Tomei. Tanya Tomei is the CEO of EcoKaya and President Womenize Foundation. Over to you for your session, Ms. Tanya.
Thank you. Hi, Aparna. Hi, Santosh. Hi, everybody. I'm glad and privileged and honored to be with you today with this amazing panel of speakers sharing our changes and challenges and what we have to do with the CDG. So today, I will be sharing a little bit of what I do as an international speaker, as a founder, EcoKaya company founder, and also as a founder of Womenize Foundation to empower women and youth. And today, I would love to share a little bit. So I will try to, let's see if I can be able to share my screen also. Let's see. Is everything
Yes.
okay, Apana?
Yes, yes, perfect. You can go on full screen.
Okay, full? Okay.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Let me see if you can see me as well. Okay, is everything okay?
Everything is perfect.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So today I will talk about a concept that I did create, Success Energy, activate your energy. And is everything related to creating leaders worldwide. But the first thing that we have to do to create leaders is to work and lead the I, leadership within. But maybe starting sharing a little bit of my story and my background. I'm an economist by profession, and I'm used to be a banker, almost 13 years in the industry. Before I start my companies, my organizations, with more than 10 years right now, and I have been working worldwide. I'm from Mozambique, a Portuguese-speaking country, and I can say to you that was really a challenge to bring myself to the world, and today delivering leadership trainings to English-speaking countries and also other French countries. So my story is what I believe. I truly believe that all of us, we have success inside, we have success within. I truly believe that we have to empower organizations and institutions, but to empower organizations and institutions, we have to empower people. And people have to understand that most of the time, sometimes we lose focus and we don't use properly and efficiently our energy. And today I would love to talk a little bit more about lead yourself, because I truly believe that this is the important first step to lead other people. And only leading yourself, you can lead the people and lead other people and lead organizations, and then transform and impact our societies and community. So I truly believe that personal development is really, personal development and soft skills are really instruments to empower people, to empower communities, and make all this transformation a sustainable transformation that we really need. If you see, we have many different continents here, and we face different realities. But the thing is, everybody that is today a developing country, they did invest in people. And that investment did start to empower people to understand that motivation and resilience and persistence are really important keys to maintain and sustain. Because you see, problems, challenge will always be there. While we are alive, challenge and obstacles will be there. So the thing, and I was listening to many of the speakers today talking about mental health, talking about the challenge of empower leaders and empower women and diversity, and everything is related with this conscious mind that we really need to build in our countries. So I bring 3 tools here because I truly believe, and I'm trying to, okay, yes, now I can see. I did bring these 3 things because I really see the energy management really important in that process. And somehow, sometimes I'm an economist, as I said to you, I'm an economist. I used to be a bank investment bank director, so always working with numbers, always looking with results and everything related to that. And when I think in the beginning I was talking about energy and performance related to internal motivation, people was like, motivation, what is that? It's not important, but it's really the key. Motivation means motive and action. That is the only energy that can move us forward. And even in an organization, the people that build sustainable activities and sustainable transformations, they have to be motivated. And this is the step that is really important, not only to face what you see in many different countries today, like Japan, people, there is many in the statistics, suicide. But today I can say to you that motivation is a critical, important instrument to develop. So we have to develop the muscle of motivation. We have to develop the muscle of resilience. And you can't Google down motivation. You can't Google down persistence. You can't Google down. So it's in a training process that you will have to do on a daily basis, with time management as well, understanding what do you like to do, what are your goals, what you have to prioritize, but also to be consistent. And that means that you have to create that time management and energy management and lead your eye on a daily basis to become an habit, something that you could move forward with discipline, doing the same until you improve. I love a lot to share examples with people like Usain Bolt, people that are champions that have to work hard, maybe 4 years doing the same thing to improve 4 seconds. So this is the best, beautiful thing that we can learn from people that are champions and are working hard until they master themselves. One of the things that I have to put in place is the stakeholders. We have to analyze who are our stakeholders. And why I'm saying that, because we have family, we have work, we have our community. And if we don't manage properly, understanding, oh, my stakeholders are my family, I have to have time with my family, good time with my family. I have to have fun for me as a person. So I always say that meditation, and I think India have a beautiful example of being people that are humanitize themselves, understanding that meditation, because meditation is something that is so personal. So that means that, yeah, I need time for myself. And that time for myself is the time that I have to establish to know myself, because many people lose to be connected with themselves. And we have to understand our purpose. And I will be talking about that a little bit later. But the stakeholders is really important in that process. You have to think about your stakeholders, and you have to think about the goals that you have to have in your family as well. It's not only the goals that you will have in your work, but the goals that you want to achieve in your family, the goals that you want to achieve as a person, the goals that you want to achieve in a community, because you are not alone in that process. You have your family, but you have your community. And if all of us, we have this talent that have to bring to the world, impacting the community and to build your legacy. And it's not about thinking that, oh no, I don't want to shine. No, it's not about that, because I truly believe that all of us, we are stars. And we have to practice shining, because there is someone else that will follow our example. So I truly believe that first step is really understanding your stakeholders and understanding your goals in your stakeholders. I have been delivering leadership trainings in many different countries, and most of them, I truly understand that many people don't have goals in the family and goals in the community, and they miss that part that is really important, because we are not alone in that process, and we have to build all our goals thinking about the spheres that we have. Why I'm bringing myself and this big in, all this big in fact, I didn't have opportunity to live with my mother since I was 4 years old. And that bring in my life lots of wisdom, because my mom is alive and is one of my best friends right now. But I didn't miss the opportunity to understand that there are many people that doesn't have mothers, fathers, people around. So I start understanding the value of gratitude early. And that value of gratitude did help me and support me understanding that I have to do more to achieve more, but I have to celebrate my micro wins. My micro wins are important in this process. So I have to celebrate the micro wins while I'm working for the macro wins. And that everything begins with that. So I did bring 3 words that are the words that I feel that are really related to the things that I do. And if you see, all of them have the action, 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 and action, and action, because you can be a dreamer, but without action. And I love to bring my concept of praxis that is not only an action, but is a positive action, because I truly relate leadership with positive action. You have different leaders. Leaders are people that influence people moving to one direction. But if it's a wrong direction, I don't believe that this is a leader. That's why I always relate the action with positive action, with ethic, with meritocracy, and also with conduct, because I truly believe that we have to teach our kids at school, talking about ethics, talking about, because otherwise you will have leaders that will be working, and then you will have other people that will pushing down everything that is done because they don't have this ethic, this participation, active participation that we have to do as people, as civil society. So it's really important. I remember that I did start working as an associative with 17 years old, bringing organizations, humanitarian organization, helping others without having anything on return. Because I truly believe that we are part of this amazing world, we have to give back. We have to do our best. And I truly believe that that part of giving back is part of building our legacy and part of building our leadership effective in our world. And I bring these people, these amazing people here to say, what are your excuses? You know, we have, and this last 2 years, I did lose 3 friends of mine for suicide. And, you know, it's a critical and it's very complicated situation. But I have to say that we build our perception of the things that are happening in our world. One of them was like an amazing guy, rich, let me say, rich, very rich. But when we lose the energy and our purpose, we lose everything. And somehow, sometimes we can live in the same reality, but people are seeing different realities because they have different perceptions of what is happening. So it's really important to understand that lots of the people that are there, and I have a quote that is, the bigger the challenge, the better the flights. And this is our perception to create a different reality while we face obstacles, odds, problems, because they will happen if we breathe and if we are alive. So we are lucky. So this is important. That's why I did bring that. So now I know that time is running. I know there is no time. I love to see myself as a serial entrepreneur. I love to see myself as a person that the passion is to empower people, entrepreneurs, and leaders worldwide. I love to see myself as an author. I have more than 7 books in different platforms, Amazon, etc. But these are my concepts about where you are today, why you are not succeeding. So first of all, many people are not succeeding because they don't know the purpose. They don't know the why. They don't know what is the mission. They don't know what are the talents that we have. And I can say to you that everybody is special and everybody has a talent within. So the first thing that we have to discover is the purpose. Many people fail to succeed because they don't know, or they don't know, or they are in a wrong path, or they are working in things that are not related to the purpose. The second thing is passion. Many people failed to be in love with their purpose, You have to be in love with your purpose. And what I want to say about that, you have to think every day at least 5 or 10 times about your purpose, about your goals, about your objectives. If you don't have that that call within, you are not in love. And that's why you miss to succeed. The second thing, of course, you have to plan. And you have to plan because, we have scarce resources. Time is limited, money is limited, capital is limited, people in human resources are limited. So you have to prioritize. And sometimes you understand that in the first place, you will not monetize your dream. But you have to be focused on your dream while you are monetized with anything else to invest in your dream. But you can't lose focus, because if you change, and many people change, go to this employee and go to this career and then change. And then when they are going and moving on, they are far away from the purpose. That's why many people lose to succeed, because they start doing many things. They think is that they are appearing, and you don't analyze, is this related to my purpose? Can I handle to put together and to understand that this can be complementary and can support the dream that I have? If you don't do that question while your life is happening, you will miss to move on the walk that you have to do, to your purpose. And then I have praxis here. Praxis is an Greek word that means action, but it's more than action. It's a positive action. It's an action with ethic. It's an action with conduct. As I said in the beginning, for me, being a leader and a successful person, you have to deserve, you have to carry on with meritocracy, you have to do good things for other people. If you do bad things to achieve a position, I don't think that you are a leader, and I don't think that you are a successful person. And then you have, persistence is here because you have to be consistent. What is consistent? Consistent means repetition. 1, 2, 3, 100, 1,000, millions times until you master yourself, until you understand yourself, until you do a PhD of yourself, because there is a reason to do the PhD. And if you do a PhD of yourself, you understand yourself and you understand what you have to do. And I love to see the examples of when we burn, because at the beginning we start crawling, and then we start walking, and then we fall down, and then we have to, move on, and we have to stand, and we have to carry on. And we don't, when we see that challenges, we don't say, oh, is my father fault, is my mother fault. We say we have to move on. And this is really important, because many people fail to succeed because they are not consistent. They do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they say, I did everything, and I don't have the opportunity to achieve anything else. So this is really important. Progress is really important, because even if it's a little, it is something that is millimeter. If you move on understanding that time is important, repetition is important, failing is important. Failing is important because it's part of the process of progress. We only discover ourselves if we fail. With our fails, we can say, okay, I'm not doing the right thing at the right moment. So let me open my eyes, open and see the world and see all the opportunities that are there. I really believe that opportunities are there. It's only with knowledge that we will have more opportunity, knowledge and experience, that we will have more opportunity to identify the opportunities and take advantage of that opportunities. I know that many people will will not see this word perfection, but the perfection came from a Greek and Latin word that means execute, implement, finish what you decided to do. Finish. Because many people in that process fail to finish. They start, they are motivated in the beginning, something happens, and they quit. So you have to be consistent, but you have to finish the process. After you finish the process, you can conclude if you have to do anything else. And maybe ask yourself, I'm really being consistent? I have to do anything else on my plan? There is any action that I'm not doing? Is this my purpose or not? So everything is really important to you to face everything and start saying to you that, okay, maybe I didn't succeed because I'm on the first principle, the second, third one, or the fourth one, and so on. But one of the things that I want to say, maybe finalizing, because I know that is really, time is critical, is detox your mind. And I will not have time to be more profound about that, but many people waste the energy to focus on the purpose, on the things that they don't want and the things that they don't control. So you have to start focus on the things that you want. Polemics, gossips, jealousy, complaining are things that capture your energy. And our daily energy is like a computer and a cell phone. We have like this, 100%. So if you waste your time, 80% doing the things that are not related with your purpose, you will have only 20% to focus on your purpose. So you have to start thinking today, what are you doing today? What are the basis of your thoughts? You have many negative thoughts during the day, because everything that you think will influence your actions and will influence your results. So my question today for everybody is, on your daily basis, do you have negative thoughts that are based on your personality? Because if you have to change. And if you have to reprogram yourself and reset, and understanding that you have to train your auto motivation on a daily basis. That's why I do every day, because I face odds every day, no's every day, people that are saying that I will not achieve every day. So if you want to stand and if you want to carry on fighting, you have to train how to bring your energy every day like a cell phone. You have to recharge, right? You have to recharge your energy every day. That's the only way that you have to carry on with energy, to move on and succeed. There is no other way to do it. And one of the things that I love the most to say is, you have this success energy battery that you have to learn what you have to do, the level that you are today. And it's not a problem if you have to cry, if you have to scream. This is part of the process. And many people say, but oh, Tanya, you don't cry. I say, yes, I cry, but I know that the other day is another day and the sun will come again. So one of the things that I don't do when I cry is to stay there. I cry, but I move on. And I understand my problems and challenges are full, to understand that I'm here to grow, that I'm here to become something that could be an inspiration for other people to become a leader as well. So my mission is to carry on in that process, to bring more leaders, because only as a collective we can change the world. I know that we need people, but we need people together with the same vision, with the same mission, to understand that we have to do more than exist. We have to impact, we have to transform, we have to create, we have to progress. And this is what I do to manage my energy. And I truly believe that is the only way to motivate people, to bring institutions, to bring nations as developing countries. So this is my part. Success for everybody. Activate your energy and discover all your success inside you. Of course, I am in my Instagram, Tanya Tome Official. I know that time is critical, but I want to say again, thank you for this opportunity and thank you to bring this amazing leaders to discuss things that matters.
Thank you so much, Tanya Thome, for that high energy session on Success Energy. From the time I heard and read about this, I wanted to hear from you directly what exactly is the concept. And really loved it. Understanding your real stakeholders, understanding your real goals in life, finding time to spend with ourselves, celebrating the micro wins, detoxing our minds, recharging our batteries, and managing our time. It's when we lose our purpose, is when mental health issues come in. As you said, till the time we are alive, challenges, problems, and obstacles will be there. We create our lives with our energy. I'm sure our listeners will start thinking seriously about all this, whatever they do after the session. Thank you so much. Next, we have a session on lip services of EDI, that is Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion by Eunice Nyandat, founder, MBM Africa. Over to you, Eunice, for your session, Lip Services of EDI.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Let me try and share my slides. Just a minute. Can you see my slides?
Is this a Hello 21st Century?
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Right, thank you. So thank you so much for having me.
But I think I can see myself there, and also it's not on full screen.
Oh, just a minute. I'm using Canva too, and and I'm seeing that I thought I had it on full screen. On
yes, I will
mode.
go off camera then. Okay, you can carry on.
Okay, thank you. All right, sorry. Thank you, everybody. And listen, this has been a profound day for me. Listening to all the speakers that have spoken before me.
Eunice, sorry to interrupt. You are off video. If you could come on video, that would be.
Okay, just a moment. Technical difficulties all the time, huh?
No problem.
All right, can you see me now?
I can see you, but not the presentation.
So what is going on? All right. See presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Yes. I can see the presentation, but you no, it's gone now.
Huh.
No, I can see you, no, but not the presentation.
Not the presentation. Stop share. Let me try again. I beg your patience, everybody. Let me give it another try. And then go to share video, share screen, start broadcast. Okay. I don't know what's happening. It's disappearing on me as well.
Yes, I can see the presentation now. Yeah, I think you can go ahead.
And you can see me too?
No, I'm not able to see you. I can see your picture.
You can see my picture?
Yes.
All right. I am sorry. Let me proceed in the interest of time because we're losing time.
I think that would be good. Yeah.
All right. All right. Hello, everybody. I think a lot has been said about the planet, about the state of our planet, the state of affairs in regards to diversity, equality, equity, inclusion. And I must say, a lot has stayed the same for many years, despite all the things that we have tried to do to change. My name is Eunice Nyandat. I am the founder of MBM Africa, and MBM Africa accelerates African founders. And the reason I chose to do this is to try and bring African founders in the forefront of innovating in Africa to bring better businesses, better structures, a better education, more innovation, driven by founders that understand their spaces, right? In my start with African founders, I started with African women. And I once told a woman she had to pitch her business and she broke down in tears. She had no idea she had to stand in front of people and pitch her business, as that would mean speaking in front of men, and that would be uncomfortable, painful, they'll judge. And she didn't understand why we would put her through that. She didn't understand how that played a key role in getting her business from point A to B. But after teaching her how to pitch her business, she pitched it like a rock star. Bear in mind, this woman was 9 months pregnant and she got heckled and she shut down the hecklers. A couple of young men sitting in the front row on the pitches. And that gave me the excitement and the energy and the motivation to keep doing this. Now, empowering that woman, empowering a founder in Africa makes for making a change in that part of the world, but it also helps make change in the rest of the world. So why do I say lip service to diversity, equality, inclusion? Because we've heard people, planet, the 3 Ps in product, right? But I wonder what comes first when the big corporations, they shall not name them because you all know them. What do they put first? Do they put the people first or do they put the profits first? I wonder what motivates them. And I want to tell everybody to think about the people that have to live in this planet, that have to consume those products. If we didn't put them first, will there be profits then? So we had the pandemic. How many people did we lose in the pandemic? Not a number to sneeze at, right? 6 million people and still climbing. The pandemic is not going away, it's here. What did the big corporations do? Please take a moment and think about all the families that lost people. What did the corporations do? The places were still fighting for the vaccine and others on the 4th booster. Now let's talk about Ukraine. 5 million refugees. We've got somewhere to go, right? Let's think about the other refugees. Where do they go? Let's think about that. The climate refugees, they're in the millions. In Africa, in Asia, India, there are many. Who's putting them first? Suicide is the leading cause of death now. It's getting to be the leading cause of death in young people. What's happening? Who's putting people first? Not the corporations, not the institutions, not the governments. But these institutions, governments, businesses are made of people, right? So what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? Let's really think about that. History is repeating itself. We keep doing it again and again and again. So what is diversity? Previous speakers have told you what it is. I'm not the expert about diversity. And other people have spoken eloquently about it and will tell you what it means to not to think about diversity, to be inclusive. And what that means, it could affect profit, but it affects people. It goes back to that suicide rate. It goes back to the health of people. And the planet without people, I don't know what that looks like. So how do we prioritize diversity? I pose that question to you. I don't have the answers, but we have to start to think about things. But we have to think about things. At our level, at my level, I have to think about it. At your level, at wherever you are, the nurse at the hospital, seeing things being done the wrong way, being put in a situation that compromises her health or her work or her patient. The doctor too. The employee at Google is seeing somebody being marginalized, or an employee at the government seeing something being done or policy being pushed that is not right. When do you stand up? Right? So what lens are we going to look at things at? Capitalistic one? And then now you start to think, well, the capitalistic lens, we want to put profit first. The social lens, need us as a collective to come together. Getting people together takes a little controlling. We gotta get people to agree on things, and it's hard to get to people to come together and do things, but it can be done. Think about the movements that have happened to bring social change. So it can be done. Other lenses, I don't know. We have to be creative. Inclusion. Let it begin with education, right? Everybody getting the right education. It's not for the rich. It's not for people of one color, not the other. It's for everybody. Equitable economic situations. Let that be available to everybody. And what I mean by this is, if I have a business, I have an equal opportunity to pitch it, get funding, and drive that business to where it needs to go, and let the market decide. Let the doors open for me as a woman, Black, African, be able to walk through the same doors a white, blonde, young man walks through the door and be given the same airtime they're given. Let my business speak for itself. And there are other ways to be inclusive and equitable. And the experts at this can tell you, I'm not the expert at this, but when we start to all think about it, then, when you walk into a situation, you can begin to start to look at things and say, is that equitable? Is this situation economically equitable for the person coming through these doors? Is this situation appropriate? So what other inclusions should we also have? Healthcare and climate. The speaker we had previously talked about climate in a graphic and very intense way that made me think, oh my goodness, my talk can't even begin to capture what she has. And she spoke for me, because climate change won't happen until we start to think of the human themselves, their health care, their mental health, so that movement of climate change can then grow. Because if we're losing a 15-year-old to 29-year-old, who is going to drive that movement? If the healthcare system can't support that, our people, who's going to drive the climate change movement? Who's going to fight that fight? So how do we tackle these problems? I don't have the answers. I'm going to say, I'll fight in the corner I understand. Economic empowerment. What corner are you going to fight it on? Remember the Human Rights Court? These are all the avenues you can choose to fight on. Know your climate goals. Pick one and fight. Equality. pick one and fight. The big picture, it's our planet. Healthy people can fight for our planet. The earth needs you, really needs you. You're a global citizen. The earth doesn't know color, race, ethnicity, geography, boundaries. It doesn't. We're people here to serve this earth, and we need to treat it right, but we also need to treat ourselves right. When we stand up for each other, we stand up for this planet. The systems we have built, we're built to discriminate, and we can dismantle and build them better. Starts with us. Challenge to you is, will you be the change the world wants to see? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eunice, for that very powerful session on diversity and inclusion. As you said, history is keeping on repeating, and when are we going to stand up? It has to begin with education, and we all need to together start to think about this and start acting. We need to stand up for each other. As Rosa Parks said, she was not tired. She was tired of the system. That's why she didn't get up. So it's time to change, and there's no more time to waste. Thank you so much for that powerful session. Reducing waste in the gift-giving, thank you. Reducing waste in the gift-giving industry by making it green and impactful. Let's listen to another powerful session on consumption that is responsible, focusing on UN SDGs 2, 12, 14 by Atreyi Basu. Atreyi Basu is the founder and CEO of Verdura Care Trading. Over to you, Atreyi, for your session.
Thank you so much, Aparna. It's a really pleasure being here, and thanks for having me here among such eminent speakers. I'll just quickly go ahead and share my screen. Is it visible, Aparna?
Yes, it is visible.
I'll just put it on slideshow mode.
Perfect.
So yeah, before taking much of your time, I'll just quickly start off and keep it very short and crisp. Hello to everyone who has joined in here, and to all those who are viewing us live on different social media platforms. Good evening, good morning, based on whichever location you have tuned in from. So I am Atreyi. I'm the founder and CEO of my company, Verdura Care. And today I will be speaking on a very simple, yet very important topic that's almost part of our daily life, and that is reducing waste in the corporate gifting industry by making it green and impactful and moving to a more responsible production and consumption method. So before I go deeper into the topic, let me first tell you what we at Verdura Care do. Verdura, our brand name, literally means greenery. So through this name, our brand evokes our core values of promoting eco-friendliness, sustainability, and renewability. And how exactly do we do it? We do it through our gifting solutions, merchandising, which are waste-free, almost carbon neutral, and authentically sustainable. So when I'm saying authentically sustainable, I'll just explain it to you later in my later slides into the presentation. So, but first, let me tell you, a little background of how exactly I started off with this and why did I do this. So I have been in the marketing industry for the last 17 years of diverse industries and brands in the Middle East and Asia. So currently I'm speaking to you from Qatar. And what I experienced during my tenure with different corporate houses, that every time, during the gifting season, we used to have a huge challenge. And there are many times during the year where we really have to give gifts to our, employees, to stakeholders, to different customers. And every time we ended up with the gifts which are repetitive, not impactful, or memorable with most negligible recall value, has plastic component in it, or made of materials which are not biodegradable. So we consciously, and we consciously were not doing it. We were actually compelled to do so for the lack of choice and advice from the existing suppliers in the market. And that was a problem. That was a serious problem. So what happens? So what happens to these gifts actually? Because I sitting here right now while speaking to, I can't exactly recall the gifts that I have received during the last 17 years from my organizations. So what used to happen is that maybe these gifts, which are not impactful, would end up somewhere in the dark corner of my cupboard, or I will pass it on to someone. And at the end, what is the afterlife of these gifts? It will end up in the landfill, generating waste and pollution. And oceans have been affected, landfills are becoming full. And this is absolutely alarming. So what we found is that we did a little bit of a research, and what we found that the MENA region that I'm currently in is worth, the gifting industry in the MENA region is almost worth $11 billion US, and it's expected to grow annually at a CAGR of almost 14%. So we all can very well imagine the number of gifts by each corporate that will be given out in a whole year throughout Qatar and the region, and especially with the Football World Cup coming up towards the end of this year. So we as a company took it on us to contribute to Qatar's National Vision 2030's pillar of sustainability and generate awareness among corporates to resort to gifts which are impactful, responsible, and truly sustainable. So currently, in most of the cases, the gifts that are being given out in the industry, currently not only in Qatar, I would say in many parts of the world, has been made following the linear economic model. So if you can see on my screen what I mean by the linear economic model, which is take, make, and dispose of, which is resource extraction. And this is what we are trying to address. And this is where the problem arises, with huge amount of pressure on our environment, natural capital, and resources extraction. So what companies need to do? Companies have a huge responsibility. So all the speakers before me have spoken about this, how corporates have huge role to play. Companies need to look deeper into the products that they are using by checking the suppliers' methodologies, suppliers that they are working with, which should be sustainable without putting pressure on resources, production, distribution, consumption, and generating waste. And a circular model or a cradle to cradle is the tool to one of the enablers to achieve sustainability. And if companies are investing with suppliers following the circular economy model, they are actually making an impactful investment in sustainability. So what is a circular model? A circular model is making sure that the items, the materials used, and the final product stay in circulation for as long as possible and follow the concept of reusing, repurposing, remanufacturing, and recycling. And how we are doing, and I'll come to what we as a corporate are doing and what role do we play. So we as a company and supplier of gifting solution and merchandising to corporates actually help them in their sustainability journey with using solution which is responsibly made and would be consumed responsibly too. We resort to a methodology you can see here in my screen to make sure that all our solutions are vetted as per this. We use the triple bottom line approach or the 3Ps framework to measure the sustainability goals. I will not go deeper into what this 3Ps framework is all about, but because all the speakers before me have spoken about it a lot. So our goal as an organization is to eliminate unnecessary plastics and, if at all used, are recyclable, composable. How we do it exactly is we evaluate the raw materials used for our physical gifts to make sure that there is no plastic component, or if there is at all, then we are using recycled rPET plastic bottles kind of things. So we check our materials on 3 aspects. First is functionality, like transparency, whether it's transparency, whether it's food grade, it's durability. We check second on the sustainability aspect, like what is the end life of the material? Will it biodegrade? How long will it stay in the environment? Is it recyclable? And also we are checking on the economic feasibility, like the cost of production, shipping cost, its carbon footprint. So, and beside all these things, we are also looking into the packaging, which is very, very important, which as a supplier, we must look into it, and all the corporates, who are procuring gifting solutions from different suppliers must also look into the packaging, because if it's plastic packaging, if packagings are not biodegradable, degradable. It will ultimately end up in the landfill. So yeah, we are looking into the packaging of the product to make sure that we do not use any plastic components and use alternative solutions while recycle, like recycle paper or recycle paper boxes, jute, bamboo, seaweed, etc. These kind of materials. We also look into the working condition of the factories. Speakers before me have also spoken about inclusion, diversity, and working conditions. So we look into that as well with the factories that we work in. To make sure that they are following the standard health and safety standards, they have the required certifications for the people. And beside that, internally, me also being certified in sustainability, we internally do a little bit of we do our product analysis to determine the ESG impact of our solutions, and we very transparently go ahead and share this with our corporate clients. So now what's happening? All my corporate clients are actually getting all this transparent data. How the product has been made, how the product has been sourced, what is the afterlife of the product, what are the goals of, the SDG goals these solutions are solving, and what is the ESG impact. So these data that they are getting from us, now they can, very well go and incorporate in their sustainability report, in their annual report, actually overall, if you see, they are actually connecting to SDG goal 12 of responsible consumption and production, and overall taking an action on climate change. So why companies need to wake up now? Again, a lot has been spoken about it before me, so I'll keep it very short and crisp. Corporates have the power. The corporates have huge power to bring in the change in the society, the change that we all are looking for, and impact lives of millions and millions of consumers. So these are some of the alarming facts, which I was going through, and it actually goes up my mind. So I thought of sharing with all of you that companies should be looking at and mindfully resort to gift giving or use of merchandising and stationery. Why? Because by 2050, there could be more plastics in the ocean than the fish. It's absolutely alarming. By 2050, greenhouse gas emissions from plastic production could be 2.8 billion tons. The pandemic itself generated over 8 million tons of plastic waste around the world, and over 25,000 tons of that waste entered the ocean. So it's high time that we all, wake up, and corporates, especially corporates who have a huge role to play, wake up. Our trash, the trash that we are building up, our trash piles up also affects animal behaviors. I will share couple of examples here quickly. In 2016, in Argentina, it was seen that waste produced from increased fishery activity had instigated a 37% growth in gull populations, which has resulted in an escalating rate of gull attacks on whales. So in 30 years, evidence of gull attacks on whales shot up from 2% in the 1970s to 99% in the 2000s. Another example I will cite here, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, with restaurants shut down and their food supplies cut off, rats in New York City began to starve. As per the reports that were floating around, that once outdoor dining started up, customers experienced a new level of interaction with hungry rats looking for food. So this is what exactly our waste is having a havoc on the even on the animals, on the living creatures out here. So why corporate sustainability is so crucial, and why corporates must incorporate this at every level? Sustainability plays a huge role and have a great impact on how the market, financial market, consumers, employees, and investors actually view a company. It has been observed that companies focusing on ESG issues, I will not go deeper into ESG, as I said, I will not take much of your time on that, have achieved reduced cost, improved workers' productivity, mitigated risk potential, and created revenue generating opportunities. And this is exactly what companies should be looking at in the long term. An example of how ESG issues can actually impact a company's financial returns and investment is the degradation of natural capital on the ecosystem, which could limit the availability of raw materials, and it will lead to slower and slower business growth. So for companies to be sustainable in their supply chain, should have the features of a circular model which is cradle to cradle model, which we spoke about. It has also been observed that when a company is mindful of their environment and their sourcing and consumption methods, they have better engagement with their staff, with higher brand loyalty and recall value. Just as my previous speaker was speaking about some brands like Lego, like Tata, and all these people. Look at the huge amount of brand value they have created through responsible consumption and production, through the responsibility towards the society. So investing and procuring sustainably also helps mitigate risk by avoiding investing in products or gifting and merchandising solutions that are exposed to pollution, lawsuits, labor conflicts, and shareholder dissatisfaction. So it's this very simple way of avoiding work with a supplier that can negatively impact the reputation of your company. So without taking again much of your time on a Saturday evening, I know it's 9:30 in India and here I'm almost 7:30. And I will wrap up by saying that mindful and responsible consumption and production, which leads to waste reduction, should be the goal of every company. And implement this while choosing the gifts during the gifting season, so none of them should end up in the landfill, damaging our future. Together, we should be moving beyond local and regional problems and look at this at a global problem and start addressing at the local level to contribute to the bigger picture that we have. So here are some reports. Adopting a sustainable model, if we can see these numbers, adopting a sustainable model can actually reduce by 2040 the volume of plastics going to the ocean by 80%, generate global savings of USD 200 billion per year, reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 25%, and create 700,000 net additional jobs globally. And that's huge. So here, this is my favorite quote, which I like to, share with everyone. And I will end the session with this quote, which is very close to my heart, that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We are actually borrowing it from our children. So thank you everyone for listening to me. And I hope the session has been insightful and useful. Here is my contacts. To reach out to me, you can reach out to me for further discussion on the subject, and of course, like the kind of gifting solutions we have. Our solutions are physical products. We have experiential and digital gifting options as well. Thank you, Aparna and Santosh and the entire team for this amazing event. And it was an absolute pleasure, I would say, to listening to all these amazing speakers for the last 3 days. Thank you, and over to you, Aparna.
Thank you so much, Atreyi, for that excellent session. And I don't know, I don't have words to say. Thank you so much for that appreciation. I think you are doing an amazing job at Verdura, and I hope our listeners get really inspired from the session and actually look into their consumption and production and bring in the change, being more responsible. Thank you so much for that inspiring session. Diversity, the Value of Understanding Culture by Debbie Lowe Dean. Debbie is the director of Gold Coast Innovation Hub. Over to you, Debbie, for your session on diversity, the value of understanding culture.
Hello, my name is Debbie Lowe Dean from Australia, and I'd like to say that I'm very thankful and honoured to be a part of the Global Founders Council Summit 2022. Global Founders Council Summit. The aim is to transform the future of business and industry through sustainable business and best practices. Our primary goal is to promote a nationwide organisation that harnesses the diverse capabilities and strengths of the countries to the creation of new industries resting on sustainability. My topic today is diversity and the value of understanding culture. Before I start, I wanted to thank GCPIT for nominating me originally for the Global Women's Leadership Award, of which 150 people were awarded this award, but over 400 people were nominated. And the ladies were from 70 different countries. And that is a massive, massive achievement. So we learn from each other. We actually have a group chat where we learn from each other and hear what we're doing around the world. And it creates a sense of understanding, of learning, and cheering on other people from other cultures. This helps stop our divisive culture that's developing around the world. And hopefully it brings more harmony and understanding and collaboration. So let me start. Diversity, the value of understanding culture, especially in organizations around the world. Before I start on the culture, I thought I'd go over the 17 United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. Here they are. The first one, no poverty. 2, zero hunger. 3, good health and well-being. 4, quality education. 5, gender equality. 6, clean water and sanitation. 7, affordability and clean energy. 8, decent work and economic growth. 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. 10, reduced inequalities. 11, sustainable cities and communities. 12, responsible consumption and production. 13, climate action. 14, life below water. 15, life on land. 16, peace, justice and strong institutions. 17, partnerships for the goals. Now, I've gone through these Sustainable Development Goals before. I was nominated to join the executive program at Singularity University in America in NASA Ames Research Park. And the goals for that was to develop or use technology and the latest scientific information to solve problems that were related to these 17 SDGs. And how can we do that? How can we end poverty? Well, it's up to us to end poverty. We can create more systems where we grow food hydroponically. We use different genetic engineering to make food more sustainable and less resistant to bugs and climate. So for each one, if we wanted to make new startup industries, we can look at each of these SDGs and go, well, okay, these are our problems. How can we solve them? And that's one of them that we're going to talk about now is diversity. And I've chosen 6 of these SDGs to talk about as I talk about culture and diversity in our businesses. What is the value of understanding culture? Well, developing your understanding of other cultures or cultural awareness lets you have more meaningful interactions with those around you. You're building your respect and empathy for other people and celebrating your differences as well as your similarities. In business, having a diverse culture drives innovation and expands an organization's customer base. It also helps to address some of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So here I've chosen 6 SDGs that we can help solve by using culture in our organizations and diversity. So decent work and economic growth. If we build organizations that have fair work practices and we employ people from all different backgrounds, we are actually learning from those people, whether they have a disability, whether they have different sexual choices, whether they have different cultures, whether they have different religions, whatever. If we all work together, we can actually learn from each other to develop a really good team environment and learn from each other so that we can grow our organization and actually develop new markets, new products, and new industries. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. Collaboration and diversity and culture is about bringing peace in our organizations, bringing peace in our countries, bringing being inclusive, you are bringing peace to your community and you're making your industry much stronger. Gender equality, this is an area that there's been a lot of controversy and a lot of talk about in recent years. But we are all human and we all have emotions and we can all love and we can all feel. And I think it's important that we just have empathy for one another and in our organizations as well. To reduce inequalities, if you give someone work, you are giving them the ability to make an income and the ability to have a better life, housing, food, etc. So you're reducing those inequalities. Partnerships for goals. Partnerships is, again, collaboration. So collaboration between organizations, between countries, between individuals in your organization. It opens up such a huge area to expand. If you create MOUs or partnerships with other organizations, with other people from different backgrounds, you are just expanding your organization for it to grow. And more opportunities, obviously, not only to grow, but to make money. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Now, innovation is one of my favorite passions. It's the opportunity to use something. You can use technology, simple, past, present, future technology, to solve problems. And in this case, we can solve problems that are outlined in our 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And it creates new industry and it affects infrastructure. Diverse organizations sparking innovation. And as I said, innovation is one of my passions. Organizations with diverse leadership are up to 70% likelier to capture new markets, detailed in Harvard Business Review. One of the top benefits of diversity in the workplace is fresh thinking, strategies, techniques, and perspectives that diversity brings to help attract new customers, which means more profits. And leadership expanding on organizational customer base. Companies with a high diversity have 19% higher innovation revenues, according to Harvard Business Review. And diverse cultural perspectives can inspire creativity and drive innovation. Diversity helps to drive forward thinking and out-of-the-box ideas for developing new strategies for new products, campaigns, and techniques. And I just want to say here that I have spoken to someone recently about this, and it's interesting that people, if you see other people's perspectives, so if you come from another country, you do things differently, or you've learned new things, you've learnt different ways of doing things, you've worked for companies, organizations, they're developing the latest techniques, applications, etc. And you bring it to another country and another organization that may not be up to speed on those sorts of things. So there's a whole open area of learning when you have people from different backgrounds, new immigrants, new people even from refugee countries that come here, and they might have degrees, professional backgrounds. You don't know until you find out. So I just wanted to add that, because people that I've spoken to just sort of don't see that perspective sometimes. Diverse teams get better answers. Diverse leadership drives team success and improves team performance by 17%, according to Deloitte. It is a powerful team advantage in a competitive marketplace. The benefits of a diverse team is that you are tapping into employees that may have a huge amount of knowledge but may be overlooked by other organizations. Diversity encourages collaboration and learning about each other. Diversity improves team performance. Interacting with diverse groups produces answers that are 58% more accurate, according to the New York Times. This helps with problem solving, as with different perspectives and different backgrounds, the more opportunity to have more solutions brought forward for problems that arise. With a diverse team, the individuals are seeking to learn themselves, and if given the opportunity to add their perspective, it lifts their self-esteem so that they want to contribute more. Local market knowledge and insight. Drawing from diverse talents allows an organisation to attract and retain the best talent. This also helps to cut down on turnover, which is an expensive exercise for organisations, trying to hire new people all the time. If an organisation is inclusive, it gives the individual a sense of belonging and wanting to stay and be part of a team. They are also happier if they are given the chance to contribute. If the organisation is known for a great culture, then it will attract and retain the best talent. Diversity and inclusion cuts down on turnover. Hiring someone from a different multicultural background can give you insights into the country where they came from and the market opportunities that are there. When going global, an organisation needs to clearly understand the culture and the business practices of that country. Having someone from a multicultural background gives you insight into the local market knowledge, and insight makes business more competitive and profitable. Cultural sensitivity, insight, and local knowledge means higher quality and targeted marketing. How diversity helps to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Well, here's the summary. Gender equality, diversity in age, ethnicity, and race goes a long way. Varied perspectives, improved collaboration, more comprehensive talent pool, increased staff retention, more innovation, enhanced productivity, flexibility, and more respect for women. Decent work and economic growth. Decent work means opportunities for everyone. One, to get work that is productive and delivers a fair income, security in the workplace and social protection for families, better prospects for personal development and social integration. Reduce inequalities. Investing in decent jobs, especially for young people, migrants and refugees and other vulnerable communities, means better health, education and social protection. SDG. Industry, innovation and infrastructure. Infrastructure provides the basic physical systems and structures essential to the operation of a society or enterprise. Industrialization drives economic growth and creates job opportunities and thereby reduces income poverty. Peace, justice and strong institutions. It promotes peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provides access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive. Partnerships for goals. Partnerships between governments, private organisations, and public bodies bring our goals closer to achievement. When we work together towards the same goals, we have the power to achieve them all. Sharing goals means sharing a vision. I want to thank you today for listening to my presentation. I hope you took something away from it. So let's hope we have a more diverse and inclusive world. Let's look at our SDGs and possibly, if you come up with solutions to problems that are outlined in those 17 SDGs, let's make our world a better place, more diverse, sharing of culture, sharing of learning, and being more collaborative and peaceful and happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Debbie, for the excellent session and for ending this summit on such a powerful note. With that, we have come to the end of today's session and the 3-day summit. Wow, what an amazing 3 days we had at the Global Founders Council Summit 2022. Amazing speakers, amazing topics, amazing learning. I have learned a lot. And I have decided to play my role by focusing on sustainable living. What about you? Let us take the pledge to care about our people, our planet, because we don't have a planet B. Let's understand the urgency of the matter and collectively take action. Let me take this opportunity to thank each one of you who made this summit possible through your support and commitment. First of all, let me thank our chief guest of today, Dr. Paula Fiore, the founder and director of Eticambient and a pioneer in sustainability, CSR and environmental management based in Italy, Milan, Italy. A huge thank you to our keynote speaker, Nicole Petit, for enlightening us with her words and also her experience and telling us how urgent and serious the situation is, and how fast we need to act to save our next generation, whom we are losing due to lack of even the basic needs. A big thank you to all our powerful speakers. Thank you so much for sharing your amazing stories. I'm sure this will be a great learning for everyone who is watching. And we are sure that as founders, all your efforts are going to create a huge difference in this world. And to our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies LLC, without you, this event would not have been possible at such a huge scale. You have helped us raise the game through your unconditional support. We are now live on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and all the videos will be available to you on our YouTube channel for you to watch and learn. Thank you so much, dear viewers, for joining us on Zoom and also on different social media platforms and listening to us. Hope we were able to add value to your lives through this event. Together, let us change the world. Thank you so much for supporting us and joining us on the SDGs Global Founders Council Summit 2022. See you at our next event. Till then, this is Aparna G. Kumar signing off. Bye-bye. Take care.